Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to SutherMoon.com. I am one of your hosts here of many. And again, I want to thank everyone who's been here and been carrying this load for the past month or so, month and a half. Thank you for helping. And everyone's participation. So today we're going to do the Torah portion. And I'm not sure. Let me see, because I have no notes with me today. So we are doing Leviticus 21 or 2?
22.
22, okay.
Ezekiel.
And Ezekiel, yeah, I'm looking forward to Ezekiel as always. Just want to update you a little bit. We have another presentation that we are working on, and I'm calling it the water presentation, and I might present it to you here afterwards. Just how much water we all use and how little water there is to go around, and how Jehovah is drying that up on us around the world. It's kind of amazing to me to see it, and maybe I don't need that. So yeah, we are developing our water understanding here a little bit deeper, and it's quite the subject, and I think we all should be well versed in it, because it's one of the plagues that Jehovah is now doling out on the world. And it's still, I find it still amazing how many people are just, anyway, I'll just leave it alone. I'm just amazed at people's understanding or lack thereof. Yes. That's not saying that I have more understanding than anybody else. It's just, man. Anyway, let's get started. Who's going to be our first? Oh no, let's start with the opening prayer, because I always forget that. Who's doing that today?
We have Paul.
Paul. Would you like to open? Shabbat Shalom, sir.
Father, we just thank you. You give us time until the last second that you can wait. You open our eyes to understanding. Pray that they open their eyes to receive the understanding, so that we may learn and then do. And in the name of Jehovah Yeshua, who led the children of Israel out of Egypt with a strong right hand, continue to guide us right through to the end. May we persevere through to the end. May we not slack off. May we be strong in the understanding of your ways rather than ours. In the name of Jehovah Yeshua, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Paul. We also, I'd like you to also keep in mind the Philippines, as I'm heading back there in, I think, oh, it might be a month now, about a month from now. Today is the 15th, November 15th, maybe a month or a little bit better. We also are going to be making a round trip. I'm going to be going to, I think, Oklahoma and Kansas, and then to Ohio, North Carolina, and then Florida, and trying to wake up the churches of God, the Philadelphia Church of God, the United Church of God, and any others that I may discover where they are along the way that will possibly listen. I don't know if any of them will listen. And then we're going to stop in Carolina. There's 3, Michael Rood, Arthur Bailey, and Keith Johnson. I hope to touch base with there. And Rico down in Florida. Monty out in, where's Monty? In Oklahoma, as well as the Philadelphia Church of God in Kansas, I believe they are. So that's what I'm planning to do after I get a few things caught up here, and that won't be until the middle of November. And once that's done, I'm going to be off to try and talk to these groups, and then off to the Philippines. In the Philippines, there's a great handicap there that we have to overcome. And in order to talk to people, they expect you to feed them. So again, that adds up to be a pretty expensive bill real quick. We need to resolve that. I'm already saying no. People think that if they are teaching my message that I should be paying them to do it. And I'm already saying no to that. So, which tells me, am I raising people to give them a job? Or are we raising people up to believe that we are at the end of this age? So I need, I'm asking for your prayers in that. People, like Telesfor, he just goes out and starts teaching it. And he just does it. Ike just does it. Dennis just does it. But, we need more men like that throughout the Philippines. Again, we cannot afford to fill every room up and then expect to feed them all for about $5 per head. We just can't afford that. So I'm asking for your prayers in that department. Randy, is there anything else I need to know about or need to share here now? No.
Widow tithe.
Yeah, we can. I mentioned in the newsletter, the third tithe year continues until Aviv 1. It does not stop at the Sukkot. We're to gather our third tithes at the 3 feasts and give them out at that time. We've done that. But it's still a third tithe year. Now, if you want to start donating potatoes and tomatoes, awesome. Bring the truck and bring them here, and I'll dish them out afterwards. But if you're not going to do that, and if that's your excuse for not doing the third tithe, then you can change that into money and send that. Now, I don't want to be doing the third tithe myself. If you can find yourself a widow or orphans and take care of them, then great, do that. Make that your responsibility. But the year does not end at Sukkot. So I do know that the donations have dropped off, and maybe you found yourself your own widow to take care of. That's awesome. So I'm just reminding you, I'm not judging anybody, but I am reminding you all that this third tithe year goes until Aviv 1, 2023. And then we begin the sabbatical year. So you're looking for the double blessing in the 6th year, which also happens to be a third tithe year to the widows. How does that work out? The math doesn't add up. But I can tell you from my own experience in years past, I've never lacked. So it does not add up. It does not make sense when you do it on paper. It's like the red heifer offering. It doesn't make sense. You burn a red heifer, you sprinkle ashes in water, and people are purified. That doesn't make sense. There's no logical explanation for it. Taking care of the widows, there's no if we don't do that, then the widows are going to be complaining to Jehovah, and he's going to come and make your wife a widow. So please pray that the widows don't get mad, right? Or there's going to be more widows. So I'm just asking not to forget that. Keep that in mind and help. Yes, the cost of everything is going up. Yes, and the cost of gas, natural gas, and electricity are in Canada supposed to double this year. So, if you're paying $100 a month for gas, it will be $200 a month. If you're paying $100 a month for hydro, you're going to be paying $200 a month this winter. It's expected to go up. And if that goes up, then the cost of everything else is going to go up. So I know it's hard. Okay. It would be a lot easier if we're all living in the land. And Deuteronomy 30 says you're going to have to learn to keep these commandments when you're not in the land, because you didn't do it when you're in the land in the first place. So that's talking about our ancestors. So we have to learn to do this outside the land. You want to be a part of the kingdom, then you start keeping the laws of the kingdom. Well, okay, so everyone says that the sabbatical year is only for in the land. Okay. And then they stretch it out, say, well, the widows is only for in the land of Israel. And yet, even though they say that, they still don't do it. Okay. I'm looking at this group of people here that come here each Shabbat to learn Torah. You like what we're learning here? Because we talk about Torah. We teach the holy days. And I seem to be on a bit of a rant, but I'll keep on going for another minute. You want to be in the kingdom, then practice the laws of the kingdom. The Sabbath, the holy days, the Shemitah, the third year tithe. Practice them. Start practicing now. If you don't want to do those laws, awesome. Then you'll be taken part with the rest of the world in the curses that they're going to receive. You know, it's either yes or no. You're in or you're out. There's no halfway. You can't put a foot in both sides of the doorway. You got to get in or out of the doorway. And that threshold covenant is the covenant that's made at Mount Sinai. You're in or you're out. So we have a responsibility. You know, unfortunately, the widows have been put in a position that they've lost their spouse. Okay. They have to deal with that. We have to deal with our responsibility as well. We may have a spouse. We may have family. We may have other responsibilities. But we are wanting to be part of the kingdom. You can't just be part of the kingdom on Shabbat. When you show up here and say, okay, yeah, I'm going to be a good person for, you know, the 4 hours that we got the Zoom room open. And after that, I'm going to go back to living like, you know, like the devil that I want to be the rest of the week. You can't do that. Our responsibility goes all week long. When do you start planning for the next Sabbath? As soon as this one ends. When do we start planning to teach again? As soon as this one ends. So you've seen what I've been doing in the Philippines. It's been a grind. I think I had 4 days rest the whole 8 weeks, 7 weeks I was there. Randy knows firsthand how many people you can jam into a sardine can without air conditioning going up the hill, because it takes so much power, and we need that power just to get up the hill. And he also knows that I didn't stay at the Ritz Hotel. I did stay there, you know, the last 4 days I was in the Philippines. I went all out, the Belmont. But it's not just me that has to do this. Each one of you has to do this. Each one of you has to teach by your example and by your word. You're all teachers. And you know, if you got to read all the comments that I do, sometimes I pass them on in the comment section. Sometimes they get lost and I don't know how to transfer them over. But each one of you is teaching people here on this Zoom room. You know, the people in the Philippines are watching what you're doing, what you're saying, and they comment. So walk the walk 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. I say that to you, I say it to me, and there's a lot of people that are watching you. So I need your prayers. We need your prayers for the Philippines. We need your prayers not just for there, but for all of Asia. We're connecting to groups in Indonesia, Malaysia, Korea, and Southern Korea, and Japan. We're looking for groups in Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, and China, as well as India and Pakistan. So like it's all of Asia that we're looking at. And if you stop and think about the logistics and the needs that they all have, it's just overwhelming. There's no way that Sighted Moon can do any of this. Just, you know, I may as well just pack up and give up now. But I keep moving forward, and things keep happening, and doors keep opening, and opportunities continue to arise, and we're trying to take advantage of them. So I need your prayers, and don't stop doing the work. Don't stop doing the work. Even if I'm not here, we're still doing the work. And if I drop dead tomorrow, tonight, then you're doing the work. Because the kingdom's not here yet. So I hope that the things that we've been able to share with you and teach you, you can now study and teach. And the amazing thing that's a blessing to me is I see these people in the Philippines who said they couldn't do it. They can't teach this stuff, you know. I say, well, get up here and you teach me right now. And they all get embarrassed, and I put them on the spot, and I wait for that awkward 3-minute pause to continue to 4, 5, and 6 minutes until they start teaching. And they can do it. They can explain it. Maybe not as, you know, as well as I do. I've been doing it a little bit longer, but they can do it, and so can you. So again, I've had my little soapbox. I guess I better get down. Let's get on to the Torah portion here, but do not stop this way of life. I'm not done in my soapbox yet, man. Okay, another thing. You know that I've been saying about 2020 since 2005. I've been warning people about 2020 all this time. Yes, I focus on the sword aspect of it. I completely expected the sword first, because that's the first thing listed. I just did it in the order that's listed in the Bible. Well, he sent the plague first. And plague, famine, and sword are part of that curse. And I've been listening in the wrong, or the order I read it: sword, famine, and plague. Well, it's here. We got it right. Now we're looking back and we're seeing something else take place. We're seeing the cessation or the locking up of everybody starting in March 11, 2020, when who's told us all to go in our houses and stay there for 3 years. 2.5 years later, we're finally getting out again. But that was a time when all the churches and synagogues stopped. The prayers or the bullets of our lips stopped. And if we understand that correctly, 1,290 days later brings us to September 22nd, 2023, which is 1 year from today, or 1 year from last month. 2023. That's just next year. And if we're seeing it, the abomination is supposed to be set up at that time. But as I read this, and I'm checking it over, and I haven't talked to Randy so much about it. I have been with Eileen, who's been doing a lot of my editing in the book. And I'm wondering, am I seeing two different things here for the abomination? So there's the abomination itself, and then there's the statue that's going to be speaking. Are they two different things? Are they done at two different times? Yeshua was talking about the abomination in Matthew 24:15, about the abomination that is spoken of in Daniel. Well, Daniel's talking about abominations, I think, in 3 different places. Daniel 9:27, Daniel 12:11, and Daniel 11. I forgot the verse. He's also talking about the cessation in two places, from Daniel 12:11 and Daniel 8:13. From the time that the daily is taken away. There's two different points of reference there. If that's March 11, 2020, then September 22 next year, and then September or June 20, what is it, 28? June 28, 2026. If I'm understanding it correctly, the persecution of the saints begins next year and goes for 3.5 years. Are you ready? Is that the saints, as in those that are keeping Torah? Okay, so then you got to weigh that with the Philadelphia, the promise to the Philadelphia church in Revelation. Are they protected? Well, some of them are martyred. You know, it says in Ezekiel, he reached into the corner of his talit, his corner, his kanaf, and took some of the hairs out of there, that he plucked them into the fire. And that's some of us. Are you ready? Can you really believe that we are at that time when this persecution begins? It's, you know, I know what I'm saying. I hear what I'm saying. I hear what comes out of my mouth, and I can't believe it either. We have been playing religion for thousands of years. Nothing's ever happened. Lots of people come and go saying this is the end. Are we right? Or are we just going to let's wait and see? And like I said to the leaders in Manila, you can wait and see next year, see if I'm right, see if anything happens next year. You've lost 1 year to get ready. If I'm right. If, on the other hand, I'm wrong, you've saved a year of getting ready. Okay. Let's say I'm wrong and you got ready. Well, then you still got that stuff you can use up, maybe. You also got, if I'm right and you got all that stuff ready, well, then how are you going to flee with all that food and water? So, you know, we have like, okay, so we got this position, we're able to see this stuff, we understand it, and awesome, really cool. Oh wow, okay, yeah, but on the other hand, you have a responsibility to tell people and warn them. And that's not so fun, because people, you know, if you read the comments, we still got some Hamashites with us. Tares that don't believe anything that we're saying and want to argue against everything that we're saying. I'm done the arguing. I spent my last 15 years doing that. I'm not doing that no more. I don't have time. I believe what we're saying to be true, and time's up. So we need you all to step up and start sharing and start teaching. There's a part of me that just plumb tuckered right out. And I just want to get into a bed and curl up there for about 6 months, maybe a year. I don't have that luxury. So we need all of you, all y'all, step up, start telling people and start teaching them about the Jubilee cycle, show them why we're in where we are in 2023 and 2022, and show them in relation to the end of 2045. If they think they got 22 years left, awesome, you've done your job. Now drill down and explain why the time's even shorter than that. You have to learn to do this. The teachings we did in the Philippines, copy them, take the PowerPoint, start sharing them. You know, start doing it. You need to start doing it. We need more teachers. Yes, you're going to be hated and you're going to be loved just like I am by everybody out there. So we just need more teachers doing this. If you don't want to do it, awesome. Then, you know, remember the three guys that were given, you know, 5, 2, and 1 talent. You get to choose whether you're going to be the guy that takes your talent, just hides it, buries it because you're afraid, or you can be the guy with 2 and double it, or the guy with 5 and double it. It's your choice. That thing underneath your nose needs to be flapping so that you get these results. Even if you can't speak properly or you just don't know it all quite 100% perfectly, who cares? Start talking. Get the buzz. In 2005, you know how many people knew about the Jubilee year and the sabbatical year? Virtually nobody. Because I asked and kept asking, and you know, I was in the Worldwide Church of God at the time. I kept asking, or United Church of God. Nobody knew about it. There was nobody talking about it. Now the whole Messianic movement knows about it. They all know, not because of me, but partially because of me, and partly because of many of you have been talking about it. That's awesome. That gets other people start, and they're going to look up and find all the difficult, confusing information out there. How to calculate it from the Hillel calendar and multiply it by 15,000.3312, and then you divide it by 75, and you get this number that doesn't make any sense, but that's how you prove it. No, it's not, but they're going to go through that process and start to do it. And then they're going to come back to you. How did you know that the year 2023 was a Jubilee or sabbatical year? And then you get to explain it. But we have to talk about it. We have to keep talking about it. We have to keep putting it out. And you know, my hat goes off to Pauline, who's got the website on, or the Facebook page, churning out this stuff all the time. And sometimes I look at, wow, did I really say that? Wow, that's pretty cool. So, you know, Pauline, awesome. And Sombra is helping to do that. Lori Dawn. If there's anyone else, I don't know. But you guys can all just copy and share, but don't just copy and share, explain. And share it with your groups. Explain it to your groups. Get people talking about it. Don't say, go talk to Joe. There's not enough Joes to talk to them all. You talk to them. Because time's up. You know, do you know that clock that says it's 5 minutes of midnight? It's actually midnight. It's a second hand ticking down. And it's less than 10 seconds left. Everyone is looking at the red heifers. Okay, this is smoke and mirrors. They're watching the wrong thing. They think that the temple's about to be built. All right, they're happy. They're watching the wrong thing. We do not need a temple. We already have the altar. It's not the altar that they've built in the Sanhedrin, that's in the Temple Mount Institute. That's not the altar. The altar is Golgotha. It's been there all along. Go back and read our article on Golgotha. Just sightedmoon.com, Google Golgotha. G-O-L, Golga, G-A-O-Tha, T-H-A. We wrote that in 2018. We've known about that since 2006. The temple is not going to be rebuilt, and yet everyone's going to be waiting for it. The altar is already there in Golgotha. I shared a bunch of pictures with you this week's newsletter. They probably won't come out as good in the book because the book's going to be black and white. The PDF will be color, but the book will be black and white. So they're not going to come through as well. Start talking to people about this. Is the red heifer going to be the abomination? I don't know. If they do it wrong, if they do it in the wrong place, yes. Yes. Read Hosea. Hosea, Jehovah is ticked off. Hosea 13, 12 and 13. Jehovah is ticked off with Israel because of all their altars that they're doing all these abominations on. They think they're offering it to God. They think that they can sacrifice their children in the morning to Molech and then go see God in the afternoon. Everything's peachy cool. We got all our bases covered. You can't do that. That's called idolatry. You can't, you can't come out of the whorehouse and go to the temple and think that everything's fine. We need you guys talking. We need y'all talking. And even if you only know a little bit, talk about the little bit that you know. Okay, I'm getting off the soapbox here now. I'm sorry. But we're not just at the gate, the alarm's going off, and we got to start running. You got to start telling people. So, okay, stop. Leviticus, what are we, 22?
Yes, sir.
Who's our first reader?
I'm the first reader.
Hang on. Before we go on, Pauline was wanting us to add one more thing. Since you mentioned her earlier, she is on the other side of the world in Australia, and she is looking to do a new moon meeting, just like what we do here. So she wanted me to make the announcement to everybody. We're looking not this week, but the following week. She will host a new moon celebration in Australia. So whatever the time was, we'll get all that worked out for everybody soon, so they have all that information. So,
and yes, I was going to put that in the newsletter next week, not this week. When you do that, you're going to have a community of people, and you're going to have questions, and so with those of you that do go to that, awesome. But also be ready for new people that show up to defend our position and not let them bring in their lunar Sabbath or other false teachings that they will want to talk about. You might be able to see the moon in Australia. You may not, and you'll be waiting for the news from Israel. The advantage we have on this side of the world is that they get to see it about 6 hours before we have our sunset. So that gives us an advantage here. I know this year in the Philippines, I made a mistake. I said that this was a 30-day month. And it was not a 30-day month. It was a 29-day month. But I was under the assumption it was a 30-day month. So tonight, no matter what, was going to be the Feast of Trumpets. And we celebrated it as such. And then I don't know who it was. Pauline, maybe Rebecca, I'm not sure who it was. Said, Joe, this is a 29-day month, not a 30. Well, we celebrated it as if it was a 30-day month. And then after I went back and started checking my stuff again, sure enough, it was a 29-day month, which meant that the moon could possibly not be seen in Israel that night. And the next day could be the first day. And yet we didn't warn anybody in the Philippines that we might have to do this all over again. Because I told them it's a 30-day month. It's guaranteed, no possibility. Man, we were sweating bullets. I stayed up till 3 a.m. till I got confirmation. And then first confirmation, there was no moon seen. And I started to rewrite the newsletter, rewrite the announcement. Oh, the moon's not been seen. We got to do this all over again the next day. And then just as I was just about to press send and send that letter out, I changed the website again. We got people said they saw it, and they saw it. We got then Devorah came in. She had 6 people. I had to change the website back, undo the email that I was about to send out. Go and wake Ike up, go and wake Dennis up. And when they woke up, they said, "Oh, that's nice. Okay." I was the only one really excited because it was almost a big blunder on my part. So yeah, these new moon meetings, they're fun, they're interesting. Be ready for everything, but if you can show up, great. If you can't, awesome. I know that time change and time differences on everyone has an effect. So You just do what you can. It's a family affair. Get to meet each other again, get to find out how much we don't like each other or what we do like about each other. Yeah. That's why I get to tease Sombra all the time. She keeps giving me these little nuggets I can poke back at her later on. Anyway, on that note, not giving her a chance for a rebuttal. Anything else, Randy?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Rose, you're up.
All right. Leviticus 22. And Jehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, and that they separate themselves from the set-apart offerings of the children of Israel, and that they do not profane my set-apart name and what they set apart to me. I am Jehovah. Say to them, any man of all your offspring throughout your generations who draws near the set-apart offerings which the children of Israel set apart to Jehovah, while he has uncleanness upon him, that being shall be cut off from before me. I am Jehovah. Any man of the offspring of Aaron who is a leper or has a discharge does not eat the set-apart offerings until he is clean. And whoever touches what is rendered unclean by a corpse, or a man who has had an emission of semen, or a man who touches any creeping creature by which he would be made unclean, or any being by whom he would become unclean, even any of his uncleanness, the being who has touched it shall be unclean till evening, and does not eat the set-apart offerings, but shall bathe his body in water. And when the sun goes down, he shall be clean, and afterward eat the set-apart offerings, because it is his food. He does not eat that which dies or is torn by beasts, becoming unclean by it. I am Jehovah. And they shall guard my charge, lest they bear sin for it, and die thereby when they profane it. I, Jehovah, set them apart. And no stranger eats the set-apart offering. A sojourner with the priest or a hired servant does not eat the set-apart offering. But when the priest buys a being with his money, he does eat of it. And one who is born in his house does eat his food. And when a priest's daughter is married to a stranger, she does not eat of the set-apart offerings. But when a priest's daughter is a widow or put away and has no child, and has returned to her father's house as in her youth, she does eat her father's food, but no stranger eats of it. And when a man eats the set-apart offering by mistake, then he shall give a set-apart offering to the priest and add 1/5 to it. And let the priest not profane the set-apart offerings of the children of Israel, which they lift up to Jehovah, or allow them to bear the crookedness of trespass when they eat their set-apart offerings. For I am Jehovah who sets them apart. And Jehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons and to all the children of Israel, and say to them, any man of the house of Israel, or of the strangers in Israel, who brings his offering for any of his vows or for any of his voluntary offerings, which they bring to Jehovah as a burnt offering. For your acceptance is a male, a perfect one, from the cattle, from the sheep, or from the goats. Whatever has a defect, do not bring, for it is not acceptable for you. And when a man brings a peace offering to Jehovah to complete a vow or a voluntary offering from the cattle or the sheep, it is to be perfect, to be accepted. Let there be no defect in it. Those blind or broken or having a cut or have an ulcer or eczema or scabs, do not bring to Jehovah, nor make an offering by fire of them on the altar of Jehovah. As for a bull or a lamb that has any limb deformed or dwarfed, you do prepare as a voluntary offering, but for a vow it is not accepted. Do not bring to Jehovah what is bruised or crushed or torn or cut, nor do it in your land. And from a son of a stranger's hand you do not bring any of these as the bread of your Elohim, for their corruption is in them, and defects are in them. They are not acceptable for you. And Jehovah spoke to Moshe, saying, when a bull or a sheep or a goat is born, it shall be 7 days with its mother, and from the 8th day and thereafter it is acceptable as an offering made by fire to Jehovah. But do not slaughter a cow or a sheep and its young on the same day. And when you bring a slaughtering of thanksgiving to Jehovah, bring it for your acceptance. It is eaten that same day. Leave none of it until morning. I am Jehovah. And you shall guard my commands and do them. I am Jehovah. And do not profane my set-apart name, and I shall be set apart among the children of Israel. I am Jehovah, who set you apart, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim to be your Elohim. I am Jehovah.
Thank you, Rose. What an appropriate reading for today. Anyone got any questions about that? What's he talking about? He doesn't know. Oh no. Okay. Let's go back to verse. We're talking about the holy things and being separate to Jehovah. Who are we talking about? Aaron's sons, right? And they do not profane my holy name by what they dedicate to me. I am the Lord. I am Jehovah. What is Jehovah showing us here in this whole chapter? Just generally, what is he showing us overall?
These are offerings that were given to to the Aaronic priesthood, correct?
Yeah.
And taking care of the priests. It's where their tithe went. You could not bring an animal that was defective or disformed, disfigured, because the priests were going to use it to eat. So of course you can't bring a sick cow as an offering. So it was specifically this chapter for Aaron's lineage.
Okay. There's more than that. Because you're talking about the priest, but who's the priest represent? He represents Jehovah. Okay, so if he's representing Jehovah, who are you bringing this to? You're bringing it before Jehovah. Now, so so we got the red heifer going on right now in Israel. They got 5 of them. They're getting ready to offer one of them. Why are they trying to offer them?
Trying to approach God their way, not his prescribed way. They're trying to do it his prescribed way, but they don't understand.
Well, first answer the first question before we get into that part about what are they trying to do first, Glenn? They're approaching God, but it's more than that. It's not just approaching God, they are
Cleansing themselves.
right. Because they don't know if they've touched a dead body or not. Therefore, they have to not touch a dead thing or a dead body. And that makes them impure, and they have to be pure in order to approach God. Nancy, you had your hand up.
I was just going to say, I believe it was Glenn that told us last night, and I had read this before too. The ashes are to cleanse the altar, from what I understand, or to cleanse to get ready for the Messiah, is what they said in the document.
It's
The
the
ashes
cleansing,
actually cleanse, yeah.
it's the purification of it. And like I said beforehand, it's a mystery. How does an ash from a cow cleanse and we don't have an answer. No one does. But that's what we're told to do.
You know what's so interesting is the other day there was an experiment from a friend's daughter. She had this piece of paper and it talked about what the experiment was when the paper was burning up and turned into ash, the air expands or something expands. So when I saw that science project, this piece of paper suddenly floated into the air. And I'm like, for some reason, it made me think of that ash cleansing thing. There was something that happens to the air. And since our Father is what we breathe, it was just kind of an interesting thought.
Okay, you just went above my pay grade. I got nothing to say about that. So,
Well, he's
okay.
going to try us by fire, which is a purification process, because the fire will destroy anything that's unclean or anything for that matter. And I see the symbolism with the red heifer and Yeshua, and he's our high priest. He cleans us, he redeems us. There's the connection there. So they have to burn the red heifer and then filter water through it, which, if anybody knows, ashes or carbon.
They don't filter water through it. They add some ash to the water.
Okay.
Just a pinch of ash to the water, and that'll give you a big volume of water.
And the ashes or charcoal or coal actually is a form of filtering too, because it actually attracts impurities to itself. So I don't know if that's part of it, but in science, that's what you use for filters, like HEPA filters and all kinds of filters. You use activated charcoal. Same idea, I believe. It has more surface area than anything. So it has an ability to cleanse. So I just thought it.
But the red heifer ceremony, the water's not being filtered through the ashes. Ashes
No,
are being
but the
added to
particles will absorb. I mean, I don't know if that's what happens, but I do know that charcoal will do that. It'll attract and absorb through its positive, negative charge, whatever that is. It pulls in all kinds of, chemicals, atoms, ions, whatever you want to call it.
Our negative thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you're getting off subject. I'm trying to get back to the purity, and what is the importance of the sombra?
Jeff Benner's page, Kurt was talking about how you store it, because he was talking about how the ashes will change their chemical compound. Anyhow, Jeff Benner's page says you mix the ashes with water, that makes lye, you add oil, and that makes soap. How does that purify? Well, we know that soap, what it does is it makes water wetter, so it takes the dirt and it allows it to float away. That's why we use soap in our laundry and our dishes. It takes the grease, it breaks it up. So what does it do for us in our tahor tameh status, in our tahor tameh status, which is the unclean status? You know, sometimes children don't need to ask why, they just need to obey their parents. And Jehovah said, do it, therefore we should do it. Honestly, I don't know the answer. You're muted, Joe.
That's okay. You didn't hear all the things I was saying about you. That's fine.
But for one thing, the one thing that I've seen about purification is when you sin, you get a bad reputation. If you've done something that hurts somebody else, you get a bad reputation. Purification helps you to restore your reputation. That's the clearest way I understand it. If I've sinned, the first thing I need to do is repent of that sin. That means God forgives me. In other words, the debt that I owe to Jehovah has been, that bill has been torn up. But people still think of me as that sinner. People still think of me as what I owe to Jehovah. Purification, what that does is that
we're not talking about sins here.
What?
Okay, we're not talking about sins here. There's a difference. You're talking about tameh, but we're talking about uncleanness. It's not sin.
Well, I understand that, but so
or not necessarily sin.
Not necessarily sin, right? Being tameh means you have been in the presence of death, whether it's death of a reputation of somebody or death in death because you've actually murdered somebody or death because you've touched a dead body. You cannot approach a holy God who is life if you are stained with that death. So it cleanses you like laundry.
Okay, hold that thought.
Okay.
Let me go to Carrie Abel. Carrie Abel?
Yeah. Is the purification about being clean or about being set apart? Because this whole chapter repeats, set apart to Jehovah, set apart, set apart.
It's both. It's being clean and being set apart.
Okay.
No, you're right. You're right. And Carrie, where are you from?
Oregon.
Oregon. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay, so Sombra.
Yep.
We're I just had a senior moment here. What did Carrie Abel just say? Cleansing
she was talking about the nida, about the separation, because you're impure. You have to be separate from a holy God. And so this restores you. This
Okay,
brings you back into his presence.
read verse 4? Can you read verse 4?
Read verse 4. If I can find the number 4 on my page. None of the offspring of Aaron who has a leprous disease or a discharge may eat of the holy things until he is clean.
Okay,
Whoever touches
hang on, that's enough. Hang on,
Okay.
let's just do that part. So if he's leprous, it's not talking about him being a sinner, he's just leprous. Okay, now leprous, I thought we talked about this before. What is leprosy representing?
Well, it's not Hansen's disease. Leprous is anything that grows. Any unholiness that grows.
Okay, so, but this was, we talked about this a long time ago.
We talked about it being Lashon Hara.
That's it. What is unclean about that?
Which grows, like she says.
Yeah.
Can
Okay, so,
expand and create more dark matter, I guess.
okay,
But it's
then,
the killing of a reputation, right?
okay, then, what about has a discharge? What's the discharge?
Dead cells.
No, they're not dead cells, they're semen.
Well, they're gonna
Well,
die.
Okay, but that's one. But snot is also a discharge, so it's not just semen. But yes, it
Well,
has
okay,
to do
hang
with
on,
death.
no, stop. Look up the word discharge. We're not talking about discharge from snot.
Well,
Every
then
time you blow your nose, you become unclean. That's not right.
yeah.
Look up the word discharge here. Oh, I can do that here. I forgot. I got the, let me see. Let me get my Leviticus 22. Randy, can I share the screen?
Yeah.
22 verse 4.
Or has a running issue. Is Ziv. Ziv is an agricultural implement representing the idea of harvest or food. The bait is a representation of the house. Combining these pictures mean the food of the house. The main staple of the Hebrew was grain and is yellow in color. So it's talking about something yellow. Zuv, a flow freely, that is to have sexual flux, figuratively to waste away, also to overflow, to flow, gush out, have a running issue, pine away, or run. Snot is yellow.
The flowing out of something. Okay. Zub. See, I've always understood this, and I could have been wrong, to be semen.
Well, it can be semen, but it can also be pus or snot. I mean, because a woman can have an issue as well, a discharge as well.
Whatever man of the descendants of Aaron, that's who we're talking about, not talking about women, who is a leper who has a discharge shall not eat of the holy offerings until he is clean. And excuse me, folks, I'm sorry for coughing here. And whoever touches anything made unclean by a corpse or a man who has had an emission of semen. Okay, so there's my emission of semen down there. That's why I've associated with the discharge. Maybe
When
I'm
your
wrong about that.
body expends pus or anything that comes out of it is unclean. It's death. It's removing the toxins of the process. So, there's death involved. Even the semen eventually, and same thing with a woman's monthly. It's removing the death or it will die, like in the case of semen. If it's not being used and we know only one makes it, the rest die, that's death.
Okay, hang on to that thought, Glenn, because you're right where I want you to go. Kurt, go ahead. Kurt, you're muted.
Kurt's silence.
That's rare.
I was fumbling with the buttons. Sorry. Numbers 19, verse 9. We need to check that one out.
Numbers 9. You want me to do it on the screen?
Oh, well, you can. Yep.
What are we looking at here?
That way we're not talking about hearsay, because I've been known to say things that weren't actually correct here.
Say things that you hear? Numbers
No.
19.
Numbers 19, verse 9.
Which part of verse 9, which word do you want us to go to?
Well, it's the very end. It does specifically say, for a water of separation, it is a purification for sin.
And it is the word chata.
And the word separation is probably the important one in the Old King James, because it's
And that's the word nida. Separation is nida.
Removal. Something that is removed or thrown out. A menstruating woman is removed from the camp. Remove, separation, put apart. Filthiness, flowers, fair, set apart. Menstruous, removed, unclean, uncleanness. Okay, so that's nida.
So it is purification for sin, right? It says it right there.
You're in the red heifer.
That's the ashes of the heifer.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I wanted to point that out. And it
I
also
said that it was
it's-
not necessarily for sin, and now I stand corrected.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
Is that
sorry, Joe. I had
exclusive?
to do that to you. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I want to be corrected. If I'm saying
Oh.
something wrong, I don't want to keep saying it.
That's right.
So
That's
is
what
it-
we do here.
Yeah.
Is it exclusive to sin? I don't see that. I see that's one of
Well,
the.
see, that's what I understood. It's not exclusive to sin. So now let's go
then-
back to you, Glenn.
Yeah.
Well, if you go one step further, Joe, while
Oh.
we're here, if you don't
Sorry.
mind,
Yeah.
to verse 17. It speaks of the water, how it was used.
And for the unclean, they shall take of the ashes of the burnt heifer of cleansing for sin, and running water shall be put in it in a vessel.
So
Okay, so when you're making
ashes and
lye,
water go in a jug.
when you're making lye, and I'm speaking specifically of lye, you take the wood ash and you put it in a bucket that has holes in it, and you drip water over the top of it. And as the water drips through the wood ash and it comes out the other side, it's lye. And then you dry up that lye, or you evaporate out that water, and then you end up with a white powder. And that powder is a caustic powder. And you use that lye and you add an oil to it, and then it becomes soap.
And so in that method, in the water, what you just described, by putting water, dripping water, slow amount of water through the ash, you're getting the highest concentration possible of your active ingredients, which are in wood ash, it's probably potassium oxide, maybe some calcium oxide, not so much calcium, potassium for sure, and sodium. There's a couple oxides that are formed when wood ash is burnt. Now, I don't know what kind of oxides you're going to get when you burn a heifer. You're going to get calciums involved and all of the things that our bodies are made out of, right? They're going to get turned to an oxide.
Mhm.
Well, I think it's called heifer oxide.
Sure.
Right.
So what the scripture described is putting ashes into the water. Yeah, well,
Okay,
it
I
sounds
think
like a more diluted version, right? It's not going to be as strong.
we're getting off the point here. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit, but there's some science involved here, I believe.
Okay, so the red heifers for purification and for removal of sin. And I still got troubles with that, but okay, I've been corrected. We were reading verse 4, and Glenn was starting to talk about the death. So the ovary is the death if it comes out, and the semen is a death if it comes out and is not impregnated in an ovary. That
Not
is
the
death.
ovary, the ovum. The ovum is the egg.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
They were made to create life.
Right.
Well, now sin, you mentioned sin. What is the result of sin? Death. So
Death.
they're connected. They're connected.
Yeah. So what is it that we're purifying here? You have to be pure before you can come before Jehovah.
Well, it's like being the pure, spotless bride, right?
Yeah. Okay, so again, coming back to the death part, what does the death represent? Who created death?
Hasatan.
Okay, do you have a verse for that, Glenn?
Hasatan does not create anything.
That's true.
Who brought
But
death
he is
into the world?
Chava.
Who?
Adam
Chava.
and Eve.
Eve.
No, she didn't.
Well,
Satan
Jehovah did then.
Satan did.
Yeah.
Okay, so in Revelation it says that death and Hades are thrown into the fire, right? In the lake of fire, along with the false prophet and Satan. Okay, I got blanks. Nobody know the verse I'm talking about?
No, we know the verse, but I'm still trying to reconcile. Hasatan doesn't create anything. Hasatan is a created being. He doesn't create anything. Jehovah is the only one who creates anything. So who created death? Jehovah created death. Who was the first one to experience death? The lamb that covered Adam and Chava's sin.
Okay. But the lamb wasn't able to witness anything. Abel was. His blood streamed from the ground.
No, I mean the skins. Jehovah
I know
covered
what you're
Adam and
saying.
Eve's bodies.
You're missing the point here. Death is created by Satan. Satan holds the world captive by death. That's how he causes us to do what he wants. The fear of
Okay,
death.
the verse for that one, I didn't
you.
hear that.
You got it, Patty?
I'm still searching. No, I don't have it.
Oh,
The minute Adam sinned, death came into the world. Okay? He said,
yeah.
I will appoint you weeds and thorns and thistles. And the moment he said that, started that process of misery and death and sweat of the brow and on and on.
So that's not Satan who created it. That was a consequence that Jehovah gave to Satan and Chava and Adam.
Okay.
By means of Satan's deception.
I will admit Satan deceived, but he didn't create.
Okay, I think you're splitting hairs here and you're missing the big point.
Okay.
The big point is death is brought into the world by Satan.
Okay.
And death is not something that Jehovah created.
Wasn't something that Jehovah intended?
Okay, now we're going to get into whether Jehovah knew this or not. Yes, Jehovah knows everything. Get back to the point here. Who brought death into the world? And when he dies and when he's going to be exterminated, what is going to be exterminated with him? Revelation, verse 20. Death and Hades are going to be thrown in the lake of fire. Who do they represent? Satan. Why can we not bring death or step on a grave that represents death? Even stepping on a dead grave that we didn't know was there disqualifies us from going into the temple. The purification of Jehovah is so pure, so unbelievably pure, that even just walking on a dead grave that you didn't know was there from 100 or 1,000 years ago disqualifies you from being purified in front of Jehovah.
Jehovah is so pure that even when the woman who had the issue of blood touched him, he recognized that somebody touched him, but he wasn't made impure because of it.
She was healed. Well,
She was made clean.
She was
Yeah.
made.
okay, so do you see what we're talking about here in Leviticus 22?
Yeah, soap. No, I'm serious. Because in that situation with that woman with the issue of blood, she was made clean. It was all washed away. It was soap.
What chapter in where to go? In Revelation am I looking for here? 22, 21?
You know, it's like light and dark. I kind of analogize it to that. Light dispels darkness, but darkness has no power over light. It's the same thing with death and God. God is light. He can overpower death or darkness.
We only
Whereas
have darkness when there is a void of Jehovah. If Jehovah's
Yes.
present, there is no such thing as darkness.
Exactly.
So again, Revelation. Somebody help me out here.
What are we looking for in
20.
Revelation?
And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key to the abyss and a great chain in his hand. So this is Revelation or Leviticus 16 being described to you, and this is what it's going to look like in real life. And he laid hold of the dragon, that is that goat, the Azazel goat, that old serpent who is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years. And he cast him into the abyss and shut him up and set a seal on him. They should deceive the nations no more until the 1,000 years should be fulfilled. And after that, he must be loosed a little while. Let's see, go down here to the feet of Satan, verse 7. And when the 1,000 years are expired, Satan will be loosed out of his prison. He will go out and deceive the nations which are the four quarters of the earth, and Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle. The number of them is as the sand of the sea. And when he went up over the breadth of the earth, okay, that's not what I want. The great white throne. And see, give up the death and death.
There it is.
Okay, verse 14. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. That is the second death. Okay, so where's Satan cast in here? Okay. 21. New heaven, new earth. No. Did I just
I
read
read
over?
verse 14 is saying, then there will be no more death. So verse 13 says, and the sea gave up the dead who were in it. Death and Hades gave up the dead who were in them. And they were judged, each one of them, according to what they had done. Then death and Hades were thrown into the lake of fire. So after that judgment of the mixed multitude, or the first fruit offerings of the various kinds of fruit, then death will be done away with. There will be no more death after that. That's how I understand it.
At the end of the 7th millennium, at the end of the 7 days of Satan's rule here on earth, there will be no more death.
Right.
Why? Jehovah did not create you to die.
Right.
He created you to live. Satan brought death into the world. He holds you captive. Those are the captives that Yeshua led out of the grave. They're captured by Satan. So when Satan is destroyed, death and hell are also destroyed. The purification to live with Jehovah is no such thing as death. Chris, go ahead.
Hi, Joe. Death, isn't that the disobedience to the law, where in our discussion right now, we're trying to personify death. And death is in everybody if you don't abide the law. So that's what is happening, in my opinion, in the kingdom. There is no death because everybody is abiding to the law.
You're 100% right. In the kingdom, in the 8th millennium, there will be no more death. In the 7th millennium, people will live to be over 1,000 years old, or 980 plus whatever year you are when you changed. But you'll live to be 1,000 years old because death will not rule at that time, right? But if somebody does die, they can be brought back to life, or if they die 100 years old, they'll have died young. That's what it says. Because this is still Satan's kingdom, Jehovah is not yet entered in here yet, not until the end of the 7th. So you're right. Philemon, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. What I wanted to ask is already answered because Brother Joe has said that in the 8th millennium is when death shall not be there. And that's what I wanted to ask, that at what time? And Brother Joe has said in the 8th millennium. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Joe, may I interrupt?
Yep.
One more? So in the 7th millennium, there is still the possibility of people not abiding to the law.
Well, yeah, we got Gog and Magog coming against Israel at that time. So something's going on. Yeah.
That's right. So for me, the whole discussion we are having right now, or the discussion, is that are you purified means are you strictly abiding to that law? And how does the ash of the red heifer come into that equation?
It would be similar to the woman touching the hem of his garment. The garment was representing Jehovah and his power. The red heifer is also representing Jehovah, and the ashes are that carried on. So it's the whole ceremony here is to purify, to make you purified so that you can come before Jehovah. Now, Christian stinking thinking says we can never do this, so therefore why try? But that's not true. We can do this. All you got to do is try. Right?
Okay.
So what we're talking about here in verse 4 was death, the death of the semen. Okay, I don't know what to do with the snot. That just totally threw me off my line of thinking. But
well, again, it's a discharge. Your body's trying to get rid of some toxins that are created by something that's dying or putrefying. Easy for me to say. And it's a sign or symptom of death. That's what these discharges are, except for semen. Or with a woman, obviously, she's getting rid of the dead ovum. Say that right?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So to go back to this soap thing for a minute, when you make a soap, what it does is it makes water more wet. In other words, it's called a surfactant, and it has to do with the energy bonds between. In water, we have H2O, right? But it has to do with the electrons that circle around the nucleus, and it makes those electric bonds between that hydrogen or the electron makes it less strong. That charge is less strong so that things can slip away. And when you see that same thing with the yellow snot discharge, all that is slipping away. It takes with it that death. And so this concept of the ashes of the red heifer, how does that cleanse us? It takes away that energetic bond that we have to death. and it releases that bond so that it can come away from us.
It's about magnetism. Everything is magnetism and molecularly.
Everything
Yep,
is
positive and
energy.
negative. Yep, energy.
Jehovah's Aleph Bet is the building structure of the whole of creation, and it forms energy. Everything, all matter, every atom is built from energy. And so when that energy bond is released, that death can go away. Uh-oh, Joe is standing up. I'm in trouble now.
My butt hurts. Okay. I don't know what to say about that. You're getting too technical on me. I just know that you have to be pure before you can go up to the Temple Mount.
Right. Absolutely. Pure before you go to the Temple Mount, which is why
Okay,
there's mikvah pools on the way up.
Yeah. But the mikvah pools don't cleanse you from the dead if you've touched a dead person. So then in verse, where does it say here? Verse 10, no outsider shall eat of the holy offering. Okay, so why is an outsider not purified here? Chapter 22 here is talking about the Aaronic priest.
What verse are you talking about?
Verse 10.
A stranger would be somebody considered not from Aaron.
Yeah. So nobody is allowed to eat this except Aaron's family, right?
Yes.
And in order to eat it, they have to be purified. And if they eat it accidentally, they have to repay what they've taken. Right?
Yep.
No comments?
Well, I can tell you the comment that I had when Stuart and I read it last week with the children that Stuart and I had aught about. And it's essentially this story. A man bakes a tray of cookies. He takes them to the church because they're having a bake sale in order to drum up money for the church. But he's hungry. And so he eats 3 cookies off his tray. At the end of the bake sale, he hands in all the money that he got from selling his cookies. But then he's told that he's unrighteous because he basically stole from God by eating those cookies. Now, Stuart disagrees with me or disagrees with the story, but it's the same thing as Ananias and Sapphira. They sold their property, then they come and they present a lie saying
that's where it comes from, the lie.
But it's not just the lie, it's a theft from Jehovah.
It's yours to give, and you can eat it until you've given it. So even if, like the cookie guy, they're his cookies he cooked or whatever, bought them, whatever, he can eat them, but then he's giving the rest of it as offering. He's not stealing from the offering until it's offered. If it was offered and then he went back and took some, then it would be stealing.
Well, then why did he bring all those cookies? Why didn't he eat them before bringing them? Because if he brought all those cookies had the potential of being
You're
stolen.
asking us to answer a hypothetical question about a hypothetical story that you've made up. So this is like us trying to answer your dream, tell you what your dream is supposed to say next. There's no answer here.
No, but okay, but you're talking about in verse 10 about paying back.
No, verse 14, if a man eats the holy offering unintentionally, then he shall restore a holy offering to the priest and add 1/5 to it.
Right.
Remedy.
Right. So again, that 1/5 being added to it goes back to stealing, if I remember correctly.
That's my point, is if you take what doesn't belong to you, if you've given it to Jehovah, if you take your tray of cookies, that is your offering to Jehovah. You have the potential of selling all those cookies. If you then take back from those cookies, or if you then take back from this holy offering that you've brought to Jehovah, and you take from it, which is not your right to take, that is a theft. You have no right to take back from Jehovah what you offered to him.
Well, you haven't given it to him yet, so it's not his.
Good point.
Okay, I don't know what you're trying to make. I don't get it. Eric, go ahead.
Well, isn't there a case with David where he takes the showbread and God doesn't hold him accountable for that?
Just because
Okay, so what's that got to do with being pure?
I'm just saying the only question they asked is, have the men kept themselves from women for 3 days, at least 3 days? They ate of the showbread. And God didn't hold anyone accountable for that. No one got in trouble. Even Jesus says, did not David eat the showbread and he was found guiltless? That's one of the things, or I'm sorry, that's one of the things he brings up when he's making a point, that the priests profaned the Sabbath and are held guiltless.
Okay, I'm thinking purity here, and I'm not seeing the connection.
I'm just saying there were other people that were eating the showbread besides the priests. David was one of them, and that was not held in it was not held as a sin against them, even though the Leviticus.
There may be more to it than that. Some of my studies say that, well, the showbread is not perpetual. It does go, I don't want to say bad, but they bring in the new and they get rid of the old. They have to get rid of the old the proper way. I'm not sure if it's burying or burning or what, but in the case of David, I believe it was at the end of the cycle and he knew it. That's why he asked for the bread.
But it says,
that's another story. Yeah.
Right, but this in 1 Samuel 21:4, it says, there's no common bread on hand, but there is holy bread. So he's calling it holy bread.
Mm-hmm.
And then he asked them, if the young men have kept themselves from women, David answered the priest, said, truly women have been kept from us for about 3 days since I came out.
So signifying they were clean.
Well, whatever, for some reason that the woman, I guess, is same thing he does before he comes down to Mount Sinai, is to keep yourself away from women for 3 days. And it says the vessels of the young men are holy, and the bread is in effect common, even though it is consecrated in the vessel this day.
Mm-hmm.
So then it says, so the priest gave him holy bread.
Okay, I'm still missing the point here. I'm not sure what the point is you're making.
They're not Levites. So why are they eating?
They're not Levites. They're eating the bread, and God does not hold them as they've sinned at all.
Having to give back a fifth.
Right.
Wasn't that life or death for them at that time? They had no other food to eat.
Right.
Yes.
It was a life issue. And I think all these laws that God gives us, there's always the caveat that, does it bring life? And if it does, in this case, Jehovah is allowing for you to break the law to bring life.
Okay, so that's getting back to my thing that I'm pointing out here, that these things are against, the purity is against death, and Jehovah is all about life.
Yes.
Okay, Randy, you trying to say something?
I just heard that the reason the showbread was not in violation is because that particular temple did not have a natural spring, which did not classify it as a actual kosher temple. So that's why he did not get in trouble. That's my understanding. But I'm trying to find scripture for that now.
Okay, don't know. Anyone got any other questions here on Leviticus 22 besides cookies?
So it's interesting. Yes, it's. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish up, Glenn.
It's interesting how the ashes of a dead animal, which is normally considered unclean, then cleansed. Like you said, it's kind of an oxymoron. But then again, if they're not used properly, they can actually make you unclean as well, the way some of that's written. I just find it interesting. So through the blood of a perfect red heifer and through the blood of Yeshua, we are cleansed of sin and uncleanness. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Ella?
On your verse 11, if the priest buy any soul with his money, he shall eat of it, and he that is born in his house, they shall eat of his meat. So I'm not sure what he's talking about there. His soul. What is?
Well, it's a person. If he buys a slave.
A slave. Okay.
So if he buys a slave, that person becomes part of his household.
Okay, so then they shall eat of that, the holy thing. Okay.
Yeah, so if that
All right, yeah,
that slave is no longer a stranger, he's owned by
Right.
the Levitical priest.
Right. All right. I didn't get that somehow or another. And then in verse 13, this is the first, I don't ever remember reading this, that priest's daughter be a widow or divorced. I don't know of any case, maybe there is, where they presented divorce as being, it's acceptable because she went back to her father's house. She wasn't ostracized or thrown out.
Okay, we're going to open up that can, are we?
Just
okay, so it says that, so right here we have, so all you Catholics are in trouble now because a woman who is divorced can eat of the holy food when she's in her father's house. Now what do you do? She's divorced. Oh no, divorced women, they're bad. No. Jehovah said you can divorce. You just have to write them a divorce. Jehovah divorced Israel.
I think the church has held that over many women and kept them under bondage in the sense of they said you have to stay with an abusive or alcoholic or unloving spouse for many reasons, and many women I think have stayed in situations that have been very, very oppressive and bad.
Yeah, and the Torah also says if a woman has had a relationship with another man, she cannot remarry her first husband. So Jehovah's taken this stuff into consideration, and yet the churches, as you say, are abusing it. So
this shows the beauty of how important it is that a woman needs to be covered. Covered is a protection. And in this situation, she's divorced. She's not left destitute. Rather, she's covered by her father, who now is allowed to protect and provide for her.
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. Eric.
Yeah, I was going to say the way that the church has portrayed divorce, I don't know for how long, saying first of all that you can't get divorced, and if you do get divorced, we have to approve it. But yet they a lot of times look at it as a sin, and I'm going, wait a minute, if you do it in accordance with the Torah, God does allow for divorce. Now, does he want you to get divorced? No, he wants you to work it out. He wants you to stay together, stay in the covenant. But like someone was saying, if someone's abusive, if someone is physically or mentally abusive to a woman, she has a perfect right to request to get out of that relationship, because there is really no basic covenant there. He's not doing his job that God designed him to do, which is to protect her, to be a cover for her. And in that case, I don't see a problem with that. And they've portrayed divorce a lot of times to make women feel terrible because of what they've done or what they've gone through. And it's okay for the guy. And yet God still says divorce is allowed and it's not a sin, but we have portrayed it the wrong way. And we've made a lot of people over the years feel bad, or we've shunned them, which to me, in my mind, is totally wrong.
Yeah. Agreed. Susan.
I agree with Eric and Sombra in that her covering is now gone. When she is put away, her covering is gone. So she's going back into the house of her father, and her father is now covering her spiritually. So it's the same thing. He's over her head. He's looking after her. So I agree with it.
Okay, thank you. Let's, I want to read verse 30. And on the same day it shall be eaten. You shall leave none of it until morning. I am Jehovah. So that brings you right back to the Passover lamb. The Passover lamb was not to be left until morning. You're to make sure that it was all eaten, and anything that was left over, you had to burn by fire. So verse 29, and when you offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving to the Lord, offer it of your own free will. So speaking of the Thanksgiving offering, it shall be eaten that same night. None shall be left till morning. Why? Why were you not allowed to have leftovers? Nobody?
Because you're treating it as common.
Not necessarily. No, you're not treating it as common. Doesn't say that.
Will it be in the process of decaying?
Aren't you supposed to bury it or burn it?
No. Well, it says in Passover you're to burn it.
Right.
Right. Ella, what were you saying?
I'm saying it's just the food is in a process of decaying or rotting. I mean, it's not going to stay good forever.
Well, I think it's also said in Leviticus that you can eat it up until the third day.
Third day, yeah.
Yeah, but this here, you're not to leave it till morning. A thanks offering. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say it's a sacrifice. So that's why it's got to be.
Well, it's not it's a Thanksgiving offering, which means that you're going to eat it. You're not burning it up totally. Right? So if you got to eat it, you're not to leave any until morning. And my question is why? Sombra.
So if you look at the day and you look at the year, this period of time when you go into the darkness, it represents death. When we go to sleep at night, it represents death. When we wake in the morning, it represents a resurrection. When the spring comes, it represents a resurrection. So if you're not to keep any of it till morning, it's not allowed to pass through that period of death back into life.
Okay. That doesn't answer my question. Why though?
Well, because Yeshua himself is the only resurrection, the only way to resurrection, right? And
okay, but this is a sacrifice. This is a Thanksgiving offering.
okay, what is that in Hebrew? You use the word Thanksgiving offering.
Okay, now you're getting down to the bare bones here. Let's go look it up. Oops, sorry, I gotta share screen.
What verse is it? Leviticus 22.
22, 30.
Okay, it's not in 30, it's in 29. The word Thanksgiving. Todah. So see, that's not a Leviticus 1, 2, 3, or 5, 3, 4, or 5 offering. This is different. A Todah offering.
Hang on. Thanksgiving, sorry, wrong
It's in
word.
29. It's not in 30,
Yep.
it's in 29.
Yeah.
So I've got Todah means to properly an extension of the hand, that is, by implication, an avowal or usually adoration, especially a choir of worshipers, confession, sacrifice of praise, thanksgiving offering. So if you've got an extension of the hand, that means you've made a connection with Jehovah. If it is passed through the death, to the morning where you've got the resurrection. I don't know.
Okay, Nancy, go ahead.
Well, just looking at the Hebrew word tada, what do we have there? We have the leader, we have Abba, we have the covenant, we have the doorway. So I think it has.
Hey, whoa,
something
whoa,
to
back
do
up. How, what? We
when
have.
we look at the word tada, what do we have in there? We
got an
tav,
aleph,
right? Well, we have the tav,
then a vav,
right? And that's
and
the
then a dalet, and then a hey.
Okay, so behold, a doorway, and that's to our Creator. So it's a doorway to our Creator. So
Yeah,
it's a very sacred thing.
Well, the root of it is the vav dalet, right? Or the old dalet.
Right. You've got a doorway, nail, peg, hook, making secure, bounding and joining together. It's very sacred. It's not just Thanksgiving. It's a very sacred. It's an opening of the covenant with our Father.
Right. So you're becoming intimate with Jehovah, but we're not to leave it until morning.
Right. So it's almost like the I don't want to, it's like when we have our, consummation of our marriage, with our husband. So it's very pure, very purification, very, it's like the consummation, it looks like to me, tada, instead of just Thanksgiving. I might be wrong, but I'm just saying, just based on what I'm looking at the aleph bait, what those letters represent. And it looks to me like you've got the covenant in there, you've got the Father in there, you've got the doorway, and then you've got making secure and bounding and joining together. So that's what it looks like to me.
You've said it twice now. Where are you seeing the covenant in here?
Oh, ta. Is that, am I looking at the wrong word?
No, 8426 starts with a tav.
Right.
Tav, vav, dalet, hey. Right? You see my
Right.
mouse here? Okay,
Yes.
so tav represents covenant. Where'd you get that from?
Right. That's a mark, a covenant, sign, ownership, last to seal, and joining two things together.
And you shall finish it. Like you said about the intimacy, you don't stop halfway through and we'll leave. You finish it.
Right.
Okay, interesting. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, when I look at this, I look at it like, I think there's a scripture, I was trying to find it while we were talking, but it says to redeem the days and to count the days. And I think when you offer up a Thanksgiving offering, every time you make it through the night, every time you enter into a new day, we ought to be giving thanksgiving for that. In fact, you could break it down to every breath you have, every heartbeat you have. We ought to thank Jehovah for that. But to me, it's expressing a time limit on give thanksgiving, praise the Lord for every day that you live. It's almost like this Thanksgiving is good for this day, but guess what? God can give you another day and another day. And these days eventually add up, but thank God for every day that you're alive. And that would be the time limitation on that particular sacrifice. It will last.
Beginnings.
Right. Every day, the mercy is new every day. So God is basically saying every day, I'm going to extend you grace and mercy every day.
I apologize. I was trying to argue with you with my mic muted.
Sorry.
No,
sorry about that.
It's called being senile. No, but you're not answering the question in verse 30 of why we're not to leave the sacrifice until the morning.
What I'm saying is you don't leave it until the morning because you're going to generate a new Thanksgiving the next day, so that old one, that the day that has passed has been covered by the Thanksgiving the previous day. Now you generate another one. In other words, he's saying every day be thankful for every day that you wake up in the morning. The rabbis do prayers when they say to Jehovah, thank you, Lord, for restoring my soul to me, because every time you go to sleep, it's like practicing death. One of these days, we're going to go to sleep and we won't wake up until we're resurrected. But every night you practice death. You go to sleep, and then the next morning they get up and say, thank you, Jehovah, for restoring
You still
my
haven't
soul.
answered my question. On the same day that it shall be eaten, you shall not leave it until morning.
Right.
So,
It's good for one day. Thanksgiving is every day. That's what I'm saying. That's the answer I'm giving you, is that Thanksgiving is good for one day. You can't use that same Thanksgiving for the next day. So it's
Well,
there's
I
a time limit.
thank you on our honeymoon. It doesn't get me till the end.
Well, I'm just saying, when it comes to a relationship with Jehovah, thank him for every
Holy.
morning, every day.
Okay. Okay. Sombra, were you up next? Okay.
So in other words, if the Todah is the extending of the hand, you're not going to wait until the next day to take that hand. Do not wait. Enter into that. Take that hand, shake that hand, enter into that relationship as soon as it's offered to you. Do not wait, because if that hand is extended to you and you don't take that hand, it can be taken away from you.
It's holy.
Okay. Ilya.
It's not really ours to take back, right? It's like somebody brings a bottle of wine to somebody's house for dinner. You're not going to be that loser guest that takes the bottle back when he leaves after consuming the dinner.
I was.
I don't want to comment on that. Guilty. No, Thanksgiving. So you bring. Okay, interesting, but you haven't answered my question. I'm still looking for why we don't leave it until morning. Chris.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This offering, does it take place before sunset or after sunset?
Well, it's an offering. It's usually done in the either morning or afternoon, right? 9 and 3 is what I'm thinking.
That's what I mean. So the next day is at sunset.
Yeah, okay, we could argue that. The Passover lamb was eaten after sunset. So if it was roasted, it killed at 3, roasted, and then eaten after sunset of the 15th, then it was not until the morning when the daylight came up.
So you have to eat it that same day. Yeah, before sunset. Yeah. And maybe you can use it a little bit after sunset. Yeah, because the party is very nice and good. Yeah. And nothing leaves until the morning.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so my question still is why? Why are we not allowed to leave it for another day or the next night? Why does it have to be consumed all that time? The best answer I got so far is the hand being stuck out and being accepted. You can't just keep waiting for that hand to be stuck out the next day. So is that going to be our answer? Is that going to be our answer to my question?
What's your answer if you have one?
I don't have one. I'm asking the question. I get to be the question guy today.
Okay.
Nancy, I'm looking for wiser people.
Oh my gosh, I am just thinking you're onto something that you're not telling us, because I remember doing a study with Becca, and I remember when we changed everything, we were roasting our lamb more at like midnight that night and consuming it before daylight. So either we read something and didn't understand it, but there was something about eating it.
The lamb at Passover is roasted. It's killed at 3. It's roasted, and it's eaten after sunset, the start of the 15th. And then it must be consumed that night. Nothing is to be left until the morning. Then you throw it in the fire and you burn it up. So I've taken my leftover lamb and I burnt it in the fire when I did this. That was Passover. This is a Thanksgiving offering. It's not a turkey.
Yeah, and it's making me just think again about the consummation of the marriage. Like if you're going to have a wedding supper, that supper is not something you're going to go back and eat the next day.
It's an event. I see. It's an event. It's a very sacred thing. It doesn't prolong on and on. It's like the Passover. It's an event. It's not a supper. You can say, I'm going to put some leftovers for tomorrow. It's an event, and the consumption of it is part of the
consummation.
Who was it? Rose said covenant at one point. So I agree with that. I think it's part of the consummation. Exactly, Nancy. I think it is all part of it. It has to be finished to consummate the end. There's a beginning and there's an end of it. Here's the offering. It's done on a day. It's done at the end. And then another day comes.
This is one of the reasons why I go back to the actual letters sometimes, because when I use Strong's, or I go back and I use, because I use eSword a lot, like you guys do. And most of the time I can rely on it. But when something just doesn't, like we get stuck, like we've been stuck on this, and we keep hearing the words Thanksgiving, and we're program people. I mean, we think of Thanksgiving turkey. I mean, it's just like, and then you got the hand and all that stuff. Sometimes you really have to do that. You have to go back to those letters and individually pick them out to actually see what the visual is of it. And that's the visual that I'm getting from it. But eSword's usually very reliable, but I think because of us, the programming, I think that's why we weren't kind of getting it until now. But I do believe it's the consummation based on the letters.
Okay, thank you. Susan. Susan, you're muted.
Sorry. It seems to me I read in Leviticus a few years ago during a study that once an animal or is sacrificed or offered to Jehovah, it becomes holy, and you can't leave holy things hanging around.
But it also says in Leviticus that you can eat certain sacrifices for 3 days.
Okay, but in this case, I really believe it's because it's holy. I don't know. I'm taking a stab in the dark on what I've heard in the past.
Okay.
I think the third day is an abomination, Joe. I don't think you can go to the third day.
No, I'm pretty sure you can eat your meat up until the third day on some sacrifices.
The Passover lamb you can. Okay.
No, that Passover lamb you can't. You got to eat it all that same night.
Right.
Okay. So we talked about the consummation. We talked about semen. If you are in a situation where you are in a physical, sexual, intimate activity, and you cease that activity before you finish it, you do not produce life. If we cease this activity, this Thanksgiving offering, without finishing it, it will not produce life.
Okay, interesting. Okay. Carrie Abel.
Okay, in verse 15, it says, and let the priests not profane the set apart offerings. So what does that mean? And could that be the answer to why it's not left over for the next day? It's somehow profaning it.
So that's talking about the man in verse 14, talking about the man, it's an outsider. It's talking about the outsider, verse 13. So that would be profaning the offering. That's just talking about the outsider. It's not talking about why you have to eat it the same night.
Okay.
Chris again.
I was looking at verse 29. At the end of the sentence, offer it at your own will. And the word will, if you look at that, then it says, delight, acceptable, desire, favor, pleasure. And then that word ratzon comes from the word ratzah, and there it gives a specific situation to be pleased with, specifically to satisfy a debt. So if you pay your debt, then you're not going to pay the double of it. So what I thought that when looking at this Thanksgiving offer, that Jehovah tells us, don't bring more than you can consume, because otherwise you get into trouble the next morning.
Well, if you offer your free will offering is a bullock, you're going to be doing a lot of eating.
That's right. So don't bring the bullock then. Bring something else.
Okay. Okay, Gary, go ahead.
Shalom. When we bring sacrifices, the point here that's made is that we bring the sacrifice so that I may be accepted. And when we bring that sacrifice, we do so, we have to consume all of it because we are offering unto the Lord everything that we are, and for the purpose of pleasing him. It's not, I appreciate a lot of the discussions here, and I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I'm just saying that we've been asked to bring the sacrifice so that we may be accepted. And the way that we are accepted is when all of what we have to give is consumed to be pleasing unto the Father.
Okay. Very good. I don't have an answer for this. It's one of the questions I have, why? And so it's, just, I like the conversation we've had about it, trying to rationalize, trying to figure it out. I don't have an answer though. I like some of the answers you guys have provided, but again, it's something to think about. If there's any other questions that we have on this chapter, if not, we're going to move on to the next one. Ilya, go ahead.
I found something in Exodus 16:20. I mean, it's reference to manna, and essentially leaving anything until the morning will just like manna. You couldn't hoard it on the days that you're not allowed, like the sixth day. It would grow. It would have maggots. It would not even be acceptable anymore. I think somebody said the word abomination if you just continue to leave something out and not consume it all the way. So, because an offering is, we're told that sacrifices and offerings are a pleasing aroma. It's like this, like a barbecue smell.
Yeah, but this is not one that you're sacrificing. You're eating it with him. So 16:20. I like what you said about the manna though. The manna we weren't allowed to leave till the next morning. So again, I'll ask the question again, why can't we leave the manna till the next morning?
Because
you
we're
won't have
trusting
any.
him to provide for us. And if you're not trusting him to provide for you, then you're not trusting him as your covering.
Okay. What'd you say, Glenn?
I said, well, with the manna, it didn't matter. You gathered enough for yourself. Didn't matter how big or small you were. You only ate what you had or enough, and there was none left. Even if you wanted to save some, there was none left because it rotted. So you didn't have any. So
yeah, but okay, so you weren't allowed to save that till morning. You weren't allowed, but some people tried to save it because he rebuked them about it.
Right, but it automatically took it away from you because it rotted. So you didn't have it.
So is this a connection? Is this a connection to Leviticus? What was talking about here in Leviticus 22:30? Is it the same thing?
I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know if it's been done, but he says don't do it now. Like okay, so how does Jehovah consume an offering that we give him, a burnt offering. He burns it. We burn it, or he burns it, like it,
He
you know,
consumes
like
the entire
Solomon.
thing, 100%.
Yes. So when we are done eating and we can't eat anymore, burn it. Isn't that how you get rid of it? You don't leave any till morning. So now between him and us, we're eating our portion, and he's consuming the rest in the burning process for his
It
sweet
doesn't
aroma.
say that. It doesn't say you to burn it, though. I hear what you're saying, but that's not what we're told to do here in Leviticus 22 verses 29.
What if you can't eat it? What if you can't eat it? You know, what do you do? And now you're sinning, or are you sinning? Are you what? It's the consequences. It doesn't have any consequences.
I don't have a scripture for this to back it up, so I don't know.
Exactly. I don't know either.
Okay, Eric.
Yeah, I was going to say, there was a day you could gather a double portion. It was the 6th day. That was allowed.
Day.
Right. That was the only one, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure you knew that on that day you could gather a double portion. I think he's also was trying to teach him the pattern that he set up. You know, 6 days you shall work, on the Sabbath you shall rest. So he's trying to.
Yeah.
And it only took him 40 years to learn that too. What's that?
I don't know. Somebody dropped the mic. Hello? Okay, Nancy, go ahead.
I was thinking in a more deeper sense of how sacred the food is, and thinking about how we pray over our food and asking for it to nurture our bodies and keep us healthy. And I'm thinking of the sacredness, and then I started thinking about the consummation, and I suddenly looked up just really quick what happens when children are born from frozen embryos or frozen semen. And there is an increase of children with retardation and lower IQs. And there hasn't been enough study on it long view health wise, because it hasn't been around long enough to really do a whole lot of studies on, and maybe they want to ignore it. But I started thinking about it from that. What we consume in our bodies certainly makes a difference in how we think and how our health. So thinking that this is a sacred thing, especially if it's consummation, it's a sacred thing. No different than if someone's, having their consummation for their marriage. So I just believe it's a sacred thing. Just like the manna was sacred, we couldn't have the manna. The only time we get extra manna was for Sabbath, right?
Yeah.
And it came from God, so it was very special.
Okay, Ilya, go ahead.
Just going back to Exodus 16:20, that's the connection I was trying to make. When children of Moses did not listen, and I think it's all about that listening. That same word for shomer, shama, shomer, obedience, listening, hearkening. Being a doer, not just a hearer, but being a doer. And I just see it very simply. If dad says do it, you freaking do it. You just do it, get it done. So otherwise you're not the sheep. You're not the sheep that hear his voice and follow. So to me, it's much more simplistic, but I'm curious to see what you're going to throw out.
No, I agree with you. I'm not sure. We're flogging this horse pretty good here. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, just looking at Exodus and some of the things that God put into place. When these are the right rulings, this is a ruling that God's put in place to do it this way. If we want to go against that ruling, what's the judgment? I don't know. All I know is that he's put a ruling in place for us to observe. He is holy, he is righteous. Do we listen, or do we walk off and think we should be doing it a certain way, or this way or that? Or do we just take what he has said and do it? As he said, if you love me, do my commandments the best way you can. And out of that, we will gain wisdom and understanding. we can do no more sometimes than just take that, because there is, as you have found, Joseph, other things that are hidden behind meanings.
Well,
that
that's why,
we don't
that's why
see.
I keep asking why, Paul, is to.
Yeah, I know.
You're
And
gonna find out.
we are struggling to see it at this point. And maybe we have to do what he said and accept what he says and do it. That's the, if you do my words, if you do my words. And he will then open up that carriage for us. He will open the door. He will open our hand. He will open our heart. He will bring understanding. That's what he does. He is that. He is the master. He is the bridegroom, and we are the bride.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think we got that one beat up pretty good. Let's move on to Ezekiel chapter 20. Is it 20? Yes, Ezekiel chapter 20. And I believe Sombra is going to be reading that one today.
Are we going on to Ezekiel 20? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, that's me. Sorry, it's over there. I just got a phone call from my daughter, sorry. Okay, Ezekiel 20. In the 7th year, in the 5th month, on the 10th day of the month, certain of the elders of Israel came to inquire of Jehovah and sat before me. And the word of Jehovah came to me, Son of man, speak to the elders of Israel and say to them, thus says Jehovah Elohim, is it to inquire of me that you come? As I live, declares Jehovah Elohim, I will not be inquired of by you. Will you judge them, son of man? Will you judge them? Let them know the abominations of their fathers, and say to them, thus says Jehovah Elohim, on the day when I chose Israel, I swore to the offspring of the house of Jacob, making myself known to them in the lands of Egypt. I swore to them, saying, I am Jehovah your Elohim. On that day, I swore to them that I would bring them out of the land of Egypt into a land that I had searched out for them, a land flowing with milk and honey, the most glorious of all lands. And I said to them, cast away the detestable things your eyes feast on, every one of you, and do not defile yourselves with the idols of Egypt. I am Jehovah, your Elohim. But they rebelled against me and were not willing to listen to me. None of them cast away the detestable things their eyes feasted on, nor did they forsake the idols of Egypt. And then I said I would pour out my wrath upon them and spend my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. But I acted for the sake of my name, that it should not be profaned in the sight of the nations among whom they lived, in whose sight I made myself known to them in bringing them out of the land of Egypt. And so I led them out of the land of Egypt, and I brought them into the wilderness. I gave them my statutes, and I made known to them my rules, by which, if a person does them, he shall live. Moreover, I gave them my Sabbaths as a sign between me and them, that they might know that I am Jehovah who sanctified them. But the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness. They did not walk in my statutes, but rejected my rules, by which if a person does them, he shall live. And my Sabbaths they greatly profaned. And then I said I would pour out my wrath upon them in the wilderness to make a full end of them. But I acted for the sake of my name, that it should not be profaned in the sight of the nations, in whose sight I had brought them out. Moreover, I swore to them in the wilderness that I would not bring them into the land that I had given them, a land flowing with milk and honey, the most glorious of all lands, because they rejected my rules and did not walk in my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths. For their hearts went after their idols, Nevertheless, my eye spared them, and I did not destroy them or make a full end of them in the wilderness. And I said to their children in the wilderness, do not walk in the statutes of your fathers, nor keep their rules, nor defile yourselves with their idols. I am Jehovah your Elohim. Walk in my statutes and be careful to obey my rules and keep my Sabbaths holy, that they may be a sign between me and you, that you may know that I am Jehovah your Elohim. But the children rebelled against me. They did not walk in my statutes and were not careful to obey my rules, by which if a person does them, he will live. They profaned my Sabbaths. And then I said, I would pour out my wrath upon them and spend my anger against them in the wilderness. But I withheld my hand, and I acted for the sake of my name, that it should not be profaned in the sight of the nations, in whose sight I had brought them out. Moreover, I swore to them in the wilderness that I would scatter them among the nations and disperse them through the countries, because they had not obeyed my rules, but had rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths, and their eyes were set on their fathers' idols. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and rules by which they could not have life. So I'm going to repeat that again because I think that's important. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and rules by which they could not have life, and defiled their.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah.
In my version, I'm using the modern King James. Therefore, I also gave them up to statutes that were not good and judgments by which they could not live.
Okay.
Okay.
And I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up all their firstborn, that I might devastate them. I did it that they might know that I am Jehovah. Therefore, Son of man, speak to the house of Israel and say to them, thus says Jehovah Elohim, in this also your fathers blasphemed me by dealing treacherously with me. For when I had brought them into the land that I swore to give them, then whenever they saw any high hill or any leafy tree, there they offered their sacrifices, and there they presented the provocation of their offering. There they sent up their pleasing aroma, and there they poured out their drink offerings. I said to them, what is this high place to which you go? So its name is called Bama to this day. Therefore, say to the house of Israel, thus said Jehovah Elohim, will you defile yourselves after the manner of your fathers and go whoring after their detestable things? When you present your gifts and offerings up and offer up your children in the fire, you defile yourselves with all of your idols to this day. And shall I be inquired of by you, O house of Israel? As I live, declares Jehovah Elohim, I will not be inquired of by you. What is in your mind shall never happen. The thought, let us be like the nations, like the tribes of the countries, and worship wood and stone. As I live, declares Jehovah Elohim, surely with a mighty hand and with an outstretched arm and with wrath poured out, I will be king over you. I will bring you out of the peoples and gather you out of the countries where you are scattered with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm and with wrath poured out. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there I will enter into judgment with you face to face. As I entered into judgment with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so I will enter into judgment with you, declares Jehovah Elohim. I will make you pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant, and I will purge out the rebels from among you, and those who transgress against me. I will bring them out of the land where they sojourned, but they shall not enter the land of Israel. And then you will know that I am Jehovah. As for you, O house of Israel, thus says Jehovah Elohim, go, serve every one of you his idols, now and hereafter, if you will not listen to me. But my holy name you shall no more profane with your gifts and your idols. For on my holy mountain, the mountain heights of Israel, declares Jehovah Elohim, there all the house of Israel, all of them, shall serve me in the land. There I will accept them, and there I will require your contributions and the choicest of your gifts with all your sacred offerings. As a pleasing aroma, I will accept you when I bring you out from the peoples and gather you out of the countries where you have been scattered. I will manifest my holiness among you in the sight of the nations, and you shall know that I am Jehovah when I bring you into the land of Israel, the country that I swore to give to your fathers. And there you shall remember your ways and all your deeds, which you have defiled yourselves, and you shall loathe yourselves for all the evil that you have committed. You shall know that I am Jehovah when I deal with you for my name's sake, not according to your evil ways, nor according to your corrupt deeds, O house of Israel, declares Jehovah. And the word of Jehovah came to me. Son of man, set your face towards the southland. Preach against the south, and prophesy against the forest land in the Negev. Say to the forest of the Negev, hear the words of Jehovah. Thus says Jehovah Elohim, behold, I will kindle a fire in you, and it shall devour every green tree in you and every dry tree. The blazing flame shall not be quenched, and all faces from south to north shall be scorched by it. All flesh shall see that I, Jehovah, have kindled it, and it shall not be quenched. And then I said, Ah, Jehovah Elohim, they are saying of me, he is not a maker of parables. Or is he not a maker of parables?
Thank you, Sambra. My Ezekiel is all marked up. This chapter is one of the big chapters that I love going back to. First of all, has anyone got any questions about it they want to bring up?
I absolutely love the part where he goes with wrath poured out to bring them, us, Jehovah's bride, into the wilderness, out of the diaspora, out of the nations. He will bring us by force.
Verse 33, as I live, says the Lord God, surely with a mighty hand, with outstretched arm, and with fury poured out. So what is the fury? When is that poured out?
Well,
that's what he's about to do.
That's what he's about to do. But what I see is that word peace. Destroy the authority of chaos. He is going to destroy the authority of chaos. This husband of ours is going to come and claim back his whoring wife because he loves us.
I will bring you out from the people and gather you out of the countries where you are scattered, with a mighty hand, with an outstretched arm, and with fury poured out. Again, he's saying it a second time. And I will bring you into the wilderness. Where is that? See, this is the part people skip right over. Where is this wilderness part? Isaiah, I want to say Isaiah 16, is that where he tells them Moab to hide us as a shadow in the night? I think it's 16, maybe 13. And the people there, I will plead my case with you face to face. He's going to take us into the wilderness and he's going to plead his case face to face. you're going to see Jehovah face to face. He's going to make that covenant again with you face to face. You're going to see him.
Hallelujah.
Like, this blows my mind. Just as I preached my case with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt. So it's just like at the Passover. So I will plead my case with you, says the Lord God. I will make you pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the land of the covenants. So now I got to go look this up. So I'm going to share my screen. What are you seeing?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet.
There it goes.
Okay, Ezekiel 20, verse, what am I in? 35. 35. Where's the rod? Father's wilderness, and then there, verse 37. Pass under the rod. Okay. So I want Isaiah. Where's Isaiah? Isaiah 63:49. No, Isaiah 19. Is it 19?
16:3.
16:3. I got 19:13. Okay, it doesn't. 16:3 though? That sounds like it.
16:3 says, take counsel, do judgment, make your shadow as the night in the midst of the noonday. Hide the outcast, do not betray the fugitive.
Okay. Hide them as a shadow in the night. Okay. Where's the one that will pass under the rod?
That's the one you just were at, Ezekiel 20, verse 37.
No, it's in Isaiah.
Oh, and Isaiah.
I had 19:3 though. That's not it.
Isaiah, you said?
13. Is it 13 or 10? Maybe it's 10.
Sorry, just let me get to Isaiah.
Go to this, here it is, Isaiah 10:5. Okay, so Samba, read, I'll read it. 37, Ezekiel 37. And I will make you pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant. So now we read in Isaiah 10, verse 5, woe to Assyria, the rod of my anger, and the staff in their hand is my fury. So we're reading here in Ezekiel about his fury and passing underneath the rod. And now in Isaiah, we're being told that Assyria is the rod that he's going to use on us.
And so what is rod? Rod is shebet, from an unused root, probably meaning to branch off. A scion, that is literally a stick for punishing, writing, fighting, ruling, walking.
The shepherd's staff.
Well, yes, but.
Okay, so now when the shepherd takes his staff and he counts out 10, what is the 10th one?
The one for Jehovah.
The one for Jehovah, that's his tithe. What are the other 9?
Slaughter.
Dead meat. Okay, so when we're reading this, verse 37, I will make you pass under the rod. So all 10 sheep pass under the rod. But the 10th one, or the first one, is given to Jehovah. That's the special one. That's the protected one. Assyria is the rod. Assyria is going to be the one that we're all going to pass under. But the first will be protected.
Oh no, Joe, don't you know the shepherd never uses his rod to hurt the sheep? Don't you know?
I guess not.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to point this out. Verse 6, I will send him against an ungodly nation. Who's that? and against the people of my wrath. Who is God's wrath against? His own people, Israel. I will command him to take the plunder and to strip off the spoil and to trample them like the mud of the streets. Yet, so this is now speaking about Assyria, yet he does not plan this, nor does his heart think so. For it is in his heart to destroy and cut off not a few nations. For he says, are not my commanders all like kings? So this is where, Assyria is getting all high and mighty. But Assyria is the one he's going to use to destroy Israel. Verse Isaiah or Ezekiel 20, verse 38. Let me go back to there. Where'd you go? Ezekiel 20, 38. And I will purge out from among you the rebels and those who sin against me. So there's a process here. This is a separation of the tares and the wheat. And I will bring them out from the land where they reside. So these tares that are amongst us will be taken out of their homes. Okay, you're going to be taken out of the place where you live, where they reside, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel. What's that mean? They're going to be burned up along the way. The tares are burnt up. They are not going to enter the land. They're going to be destroyed. And you shall know that I am Jehovah. What do the dead know? They know nothing. So who's going to know this?
We've had conversation over the last few weeks about how nobody is going to be destroyed, that we're all going to make it. After
we have had this discussion here at this meeting, this group.
We have.
Are we living in La La Land?
Yeah.
Okay,
there
so
are brethren among us.
Then the
No,
scripture
we're
I'm
talking
reading-
about. Yeah, you had to be there, Joe. It
Oh,
was pretty intense.
well, no, Glenn, I think you got to be here now.
Well, yeah, but you had to be there because he missed it.
Okay, but you've got to be here now, Glenn. And you've got to look at what this says. There will be destruction.
Okay, so yes, there will. What I read from everything we've just heard is that those who are disobedient, who are not doing God's will and are not in his will, are done. That's what I'm reading. Those who are observant go to the wilderness with him to be face to face. That's what I'm reading. That's what the whole thing is. That whole chapter was about.
That's what I'm reading.
Yep, that's what I'm reading. So what I'm saying is those that are perishing are not his. They have been purged. They are not his.
That's
they
not
may
what
be,
you said
they,
last
they may be.
No,
they may be
there's
by,
another context. There was another context
blood.
last week. I remember last week you were talking. It wasn't talking about the people who are going to be perished when Jehovah takes them, right? He was talking about after all that. It was talking about the last judgment.
Yes. Not talking about life here. We're talking about the last judgment last week or a week before. But my point is, yes, in this physical realm right now, there are people who are doing God's will and those that are not. Those who are doing God's will are not going to perish miserable suffering deaths and be ignored by God. They are going to have God's will in mind because we have God's will in mind. So he's going to watch out for us. Those who are not.
We were talking about when every knee bends. We were talking about when every knee bends, right? We weren't talking about on the road to, during the tribulation. Yeah, we know loads of people are going to perish in the tribulation. We're not following the Torah, but we were talking about something totally different. We were talking about, like you say, the last judgment, when every knee bends to Yeshua and then he surrenders the kingdom to the Father.
So that's not what this
is. That is not how you present it in the last couple of weeks. In the last couple of weeks, we have had this discussion twice. And in the last couple of weeks, the two of you have presented that you believe that in the end, every knee will bow. Every knee that has ever been alive will bow. and that nobody will perish. And that's not what this scripture is saying.
Hang on, no, I think we're talking about.
That's
two
not what
different
this is
things here.
about.
This here is talking about right now. What we just read
Right.
today is talking about right now at the end of the 6th millennium.
Yeah.
And sounds like you are talking about the end of the 7th millennium when everyone's going to
Yes.
bow the knee.
That's the two different contexts. That's correct.
And so you don't think that anybody is going to be guilty of blasphemy whatsoever, because we just read in here that they were guilty of blasphemy, because there is an unpardonable sin, and blasphemy is the unpardonable sin. And the ones who are guilty of blasphemy will not make it through and be the pure, spotless bride. If there is 5 foolish virgins that are not accepted as his bride, if they are cut off, if they are away from me, I know you not. Some people are not going to make it to the 8th day.
These are not Torah keepers you're talking about. These are people that are saying in his name and healing in his name, but do not do in his name. That's the difference. They may be bloodline Israelites, which are under covenant, which means they will go through this tribulation or whatever, and they will be gleaned out through the process. The 10% that are left are the righteous ones, or hopefully the righteous ones, or close to righteousness. And the final face-to-face is going to purge the rest of that out. That's what I see.
So,
and this
I got
is
a
in the
question
physical,
for you.
not at the end of the 7th millennium.
I do have a question, since you brought it up, that's not related to what we're reading here in Ezekiel, but Ezekiel's talking about the end of the 6th millennium. And that's, that's where these rebels are going to be purged out. Now, at the end of the 7th millennium, I got a question, just a question. If Satan is able to deceive just one person, that's Satan won? Now,
in the end, at the just before the 8th,
yeah.
If he takes one, I think that's a factor. If he takes one, then God has failed to do the 100% of turning his creation.
Can I just come into the context of this? Because people might misunderstood me, right? What I was really talking about was God has sovereignty over creation, right? And I asked the person a question. I said, do you believe that God knows everything before it happens? And they said, yes. And then they said, but they have free will. And I said, yes, but free will can mean a lot of different things. In the end, God knows everything. He knows his sheep. He knows what he's putting them through, right? So he has full sovereignty over what's going to happen. He knows everything before it happens. That's the point I was trying to make.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm still asking the same question. If Satan wins and deceives one person other than the false prophet, because he's thrown in the lake of fire, are there going to be others thrown in the lake of fire?
I think ultimately everyone figures it out. Some better than others, but eventually they will all know he is God. That's what it says. They will all know. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to necessarily know in this physical realm. They will eventually all know he is God. And that's the bottom line.
Can I just say, the other thing is the lake of fire. I don't know if I got this across, and I'm gonna have to bring that out. There was something written about the lake of fire, and as the elder church fathers believed, it was more like a refining of the soul. Like, the term, and the smoke of their torment shall ascend forever. Well, if you actually look at what they're talking about a torture stone, or I can't remember the name, but it basically it tells you, you chalk it up and you tell the difference between the purity of gold. So it might be a metaphorical reference to the lake of fire as a distillation process, as opposed to an actual people burning in hell, sort of. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm not debating that. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to Ezekiel 20. And I will purge out the rebels from among you. So this is when the tares are going to be purged out, and I will bring them out of the country where they dwell, but they shall not enter into the land of Israel. So between that time, and this is striking personally to all of us for different family members. If I'm understanding this correctly, we're about to be removed from our homes in the next few years. Between now and 2029. 29, you will be brought back to the land of Israel. But the rebels aren't going to be brought back. They will already have been liquidated. Is that a polite word? Killed.
Hey, Joe, can I ask you another question about that? It's about, you know, when I've understood from your books, basically, I think I get it, that there's a captivity, and under the captivity, we're taken back to the promised land, the Christians, right? People with Christian names. That makes sense to me, yeah? But what interests me is...
Not necessarily people with Christian names,
well,
and not Christians.
Yeah, Christians, yeah. Okay, so
No,
the Christians...
not Christians. There's going to be people that are going to be obeying God, keeping Torah.
When the Christians, okay, when the Torah people get to the promised land, right? And, you know, you go under the rod and the others are killed, right? And you get the select few who survive, who get to the promised land. Can you tell me what you think after that? Because the dragon, you know, we talk about the dragon and he sends a flood after the woman, which is like an army, and the army goes for the woman, but can't catch the woman, but slaughters the rest of her kind, right? Well, is that at the same time, would you review that as like an earthquake happens, and in all the chaos when the earthquake happens, the people escape? Would it be something like that?
Well, there's going to be an earthquake and they escape into Moab, where Moab is told to hide them as a shadow in the night. But the beast goes after the woman like a flood. The earth opens up and swallows them. But then the beast goes and makes war with those who keep the commandments. So the question I always ask is, if these people are keeping the commandments, why didn't they flee with the woman?
Because the calendar, yeah.
Well, that's what I believe. That's the only thing I can come up with. Which now forces you, all of us, to make sure that you understand the calendar and can prove what you believe and why we are following this. Why are we keeping the crescent moon? Why are we keeping the barley? Why does that determine the beginning of the year? Why don't we use the Hillel calendar? When did the Hillel calendar come into being? Why did it come into being? Right? If you can answer why the Hillel calendar came into being, then you'll understand that you needed 2 witnesses to sight the moon. That's why they created the Hillel calendar, because the witnesses were being killed. And even the 3rd rule of the Hillel calendar says, so that the moon will not be sighted in another part of the earth before it's seen in Jerusalem. What? Okay, so like you need to understand all these details about the Hillel calendar. And when you do that, you'll know that it was created to protect the crescent moon and the barley. But they forgot the barley part. So anyway, my belief is that those people will be killed because they're on the wrong calendar. They'll be keeping the Passover at the later date.
So what you're saying is we can't wait till the end to look back at the prophecy and what the prophecy really meant.
Say again?
You can't wait till the end and then look back upon the prophecy to see what the prophecy really meant.
No, you can't be, if you're reactive, you're too late. You got to be proactive.
Exactly. If you're
You gotta
reactive, you're too late. You got to be proactive.
You got
So to be proactive, you have to know a lot of information to get good, sound judgment in there. And there will be errors because we don't know until it happens.
So we've all got 24 hours, all of us. What do we do with that? So are we, like, I've done Facebook and I've scrolled through Facebook and all of a sudden 4 hours are lost. What did I learn? I learned how empty my brain is and how stupid I am just reading all other people's, I shouldn't say crap, but other people's stuff. Who cares? How much of that time am I spending reading Torah? How much of that time am I thinking about Torah? How much of that time am I praying to Jehovah for understanding? If you're spending all your time,
depends on what your audience is on Facebook, but
pardon me?
I guess it depends on your audience in Facebook.
Well, I'm trying to get my audience to read and think. I'm not sharing, I don't think I'm sharing gobbledygook with my audience.
No, but I mean, if you're scrolling through Facebook and you're the audience of their stuff, then have you, what do you call it, curated things that you should be seeing?
I'm not.
Should be discussing and teaching, yes.
Yeah.
We should be, okay, so I post on there, today I posted on Facebook the low river in the Mississippi River. How low it is. It's so low that the ships can't get up there. Okay, what's the point of that? Well, that's prophetic. What are we aiming for? What is the next thing that's about to happen? Well, the temperatures are going to go up more and more each year. The rivers are all drying up around the world. What does that mean? Okay, again, that's one of the next teachings I'm working on. What are we focusing on? Okay, so if the rivers are drying up, what does that mean? So that's what I'm taking to the government of the Philippines. What are you going to do to protect the people when you have no more water? You don't have glaciers here. What are you going to do to protect the water? What are you going to do to water the people and your crops? So they're starting to think about that, and they're starting to think in a fairly big way. So this is the message I'm bringing to them. It's prophetic. The only way to protect yourself from this is to obey God. If you're not obeying him, like, he's the one that sends the rains, but he's also sending the 2 witnesses where it does not rain for 3.5 years. And if it doesn't rain, then what do? How much water can you store up? Again, this is what I was presenting to all the Christians down there. How much water can you store up? You need to obey. I didn't get into the details of exactly what you had to obey, but you got to plant the seed and get them to start thinking.
Sorry, that's the thing, Joe. Everybody seems to be trying to prepare for these things when really what they should be doing is getting a relationship with Jehovah and doing what he says. And that will take care of those things. They don't have to go nuts making desalination for water. They don't have to do all these things, put food away, tons of food. I mean, some food, yes, as the sabbatical cycle requires it. But they don't got to go nuts and say, we got to do this for 10 or 15 years. They just got to get in line with Jehovah, and those things will come.
That's what I find. I find myself more and more sort of like getting, like intuition and messages from Jehovah, and I test them out. And I find out every time I test it out and it synchronizes, I know he's saying something to me, and I follow that synchronization, that pattern. Do you know what I mean? And I go everywhere looking at all the different patterns and putting information in. And I find Jehovah's like a military commander in that you have to follow the protocol. If you don't follow the right protocol or his orders, then you get hit. Do you know what I mean? By a bullet or something. And I think it is a war. We were told it's a spiritual war. So I think that's the way I think anyway.
Yeah. Okay, Eric, get in here while you got a moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, you mentioned tares in the wilderness. Do you see the tares as being the sons of the wicked one, where he's basically going to take them out even before he returns to take out the righteous? The sequence seems like he takes out the tares. It doesn't sound like they're going to go into the wilderness. Sounds like he has already taken them out already, because they basically have taken the mark of the beast in accordance with Matthew 13.
Well, the tares are mixed in with the wheat, and you cannot take them out one at a time. So you put your sickle in. It says Revelation 13, I think it is. There's the angels, put your sickle in, the harvest is ready. So they do.
Right.
And you take the whole harvest.
Right.
Tares and wheat and everything all in one bunch.
Yeah, but he's saying here in 13 that he's going to send an angel first. The reapers will take out the tares first, gather them and burn them, and the righteous will go into the barn. To me, it almost sounds like this barn may be in the wilderness, wherever that might be, is where that barn is. But here,
so whenever you do the harvest, you harvest everything at once. You're not
right.
Everything's cut at the same time, the wheat and the tares.
Right, but he says
they're separated out.
His angels take the tares first. That's what he says in 13.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
it says,
so-
therefore, as the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, so will be at the end of the age. So he's talking about the harvest at the end of the age. He says the first ones he'll take out is the tares, and then he'll take out the righteous.
Okay,
So
but
there's
they're
a
all harvested at the same time, is what I'm saying. You
right.
separate them out after.
Well, no, he's saying here the reapers separated as they harvest them. That's
Okay.
the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. The sequence is, if they've already taken the mark of the beast, which today we have satanic worshipers already.
We also have brethren. We also have brethren that don't obey Jehovah.
Yeah, but
We
I don't
also
know
have-
that.
But Eric, listen. You
Okay.
don't just look at the mark of the beast as being the only thing.
I'm not saying that.
You have people who think they are good and are doing good works, but they don't obey God.
Okay.
You also have people who keep the commandments and don't obey God.
Right. I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. What I'm saying is, and I'm not trying to say the mark of the beast either. What I'm saying is the tares prior to the harvest being accomplished in 13 are the ones that are the sons of the wicked one. So however, whatever terminology you want to use, in my mind, these are people that are satanic followers now. They're the ones that are doing Wiccan. I
But
don't
they
know
don't know that.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know that you can throw in someone who has been redeemed by the blood of the Lamb, because it says in, was it Corinthians, where it says, all were redeemed by the blood of the Lamb, all walked through the sea and were baptized unto Moses, all walked under the cloud, all ate the manna, but not all of them entered in. So
Right.
there's a transition in between the two. To me, there's going to be the least and the greatest. So in my mind, I'm trying to figure out, the greatest in the kingdom will be the bride, but what about the least? Might be the servants, or not necessarily the bride, but the crowd in the wedding. Who are those people? Could those be people that did not walk in Torah, but were redeemed by the blood of the Lamb? That's the question I have. I'm not making any accusation.
You're not going to be in the kingdom if you're not keeping the laws of the kingdom. And if
Okay,
you're
so
keeping the laws of the kingdom, you're going to be part of the bride.
okay, so then you have to address Matthew 5:18. Who are those people?
What's Matthew 5:18 say?
I'm going to it now. I'm going to read it to you. Basically, it says, those that break the least of these commandments and teach men to do so. Okay, here it is right here. I'm sorry, I missed it by one. 5:19. Whoever therefore breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches men so shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. So they're in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them, he shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So you look at this. If you're breaking the least of these commandments and teaching men to do so, you're still in the kingdom of heaven. Who are these people?
I'm not worried about those people.
Well, I'm asking you. I know you're not
I'm
worried
telling
about it.
you, I'm not worried about them. I'm aiming to be one of the great ones. Therefore, I'm
Okay.
going to teach Torah and going to continue to teach Torah. And
I
teach
agree. I'm not disagreeing with that Torah.
I'm not
I
trying
agree
to
with
find the
Torah.
minimal, the least I got to do to get
I'm
in.
not doing that either. I'm saying you've got to be able, I think, to be able to answer these questions, because this is part of Torah.
Okay,
All
so
this
answer the
stuff,
question yourself. Who is the least in the kingdom?
I think the least are the ones that have been, the ones, if you physically look at it, they're redeemed by the blood of the Lamb. They were baptized unto Moses. They all ate the manna. They were walked under the cloud with God, but they did not obey God, and they were scattered in the wilderness. They didn't enter into the promised land. To me, the promised land is where the bride goes.
Well, if you're not obeying Jehovah, you're not going to be in the kingdom. So I would say the least would be those who did maybe doubled their only got 2 talents and they doubled those. That could be the
Right.
least. Guys who got
Right.
10, doubled
Yeah, that,
their 5.
right. I agree.
Again,
I
we
agree.
can speculate on this till the cows come home. We're not going to answer the
Right.
question.
I think you can. I think if you seek out and knock and ask and you debate it in midrash, I think we can find the answer. Nothing's impossible with God. So if we want to seek out these answers, this is the place to do it.
No,
This is the
I'm not looking to minimize
I'm not saying that.
What is
I
the
never
least that I
said,
have to do to get in the kingdom?
I never said to minimize it. I never said those words. I'm saying, I think we need to know who these people are so we could differentiate between the two. In other words, it gives you an incentive to tell them, listen, it says, whoever teaches them and does them shall be called great. That's the goal. I'm not saying minimize it, get in by the skin of your teeth. I'm not saying that. But I think we also need to be able to look at the other ones. To me, all the words in the scriptures are important, from the least to the greatest. And that's why I ask these questions. When people sit there and say, I have to keep the commandments to get in the kingdom, then you got to be able to answer this one. Whoever therefore breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches men so shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. You got to be able to answer that question too.
Okay,
Are
so
there
what's the
not
answer?
some in the kingdom who are the bride and some in the kingdom who are not the bride?
That's what I would say. They're not the bride. I would agree with that. They're the least, because it says in Jeremiah
I
31,
would
31.
disagree with that.
And
Well,
like Joe said, my goal is not to be a guest at the
I
wedding.
agree. I agree with
goal
that.
is to be the bride.
I'm not saying, I said you obtain or go for the moon. You go for the gold. You go always for the best. But in Jeremiah, it says, I will write my laws on the least of them and the greatest of them. They shall be my people and I will be their God. So he's going to write the law, his law, on the least to the greatest in Jeremiah. So the least are going to be in the kingdom, because he says he'll write his law on their heart.
What does that word
Again,
least mean in Matthew 5:17 or 18? What's that word least mean in Hebrew?
least, well, in the Greek here, the
Or Greek.
least is, yeah, when you look at the two of them, there's two different levels to these people. In Jeremiah, that least is different because it's in the Hebrew. I'm just saying God is going to designate, and I think Sombra had it right. I believe they're going to be, if you go to a wedding today, there are guests there, but the day is made for the bride. I believe that you're going to have a bride, but you're also going to have guests. That's why I have a hard time with trying to figure out, Lord, did we not do these things in your name? This and this in your name. And he's going to say, depart from me, I never knew you, you who practice lawlessness. Is he kicking them out of the kingdom, or is he saying, you can't draw close to me? Because all of Israel believed in God, but not all of them could draw close to God the way the priests did.
It's not drawing close the way the priest did, it's obeying God.
I agree, but the priest had to
But hang
do.
on, no, hang on, wait. You
Okay.
can't agree and disagree at the same time.
I can agree to what you're saying and then try and explain where I'm coming from.
No,
All I'm
'cause hang on.
okay, go ahead.
The workers of lawlessness are not keeping the law. They're not going to be in there. They thought they were the bride. They thought they were good enough. They thought and that's what Christianity is. They thought they were good enough, but they're not. They're not obeying.
I agree with that. But
they will not be there. They will not be part of the bride.
okay, so if what I'm trying to say to you is the only ones that are going to be in the kingdom when we get to heaven just the priest, the Levitical priest? That's it?
No, it's the bride.
Right, and that's the point I'm still trying to make. To me, the priest is a representation of the goal that everyone's trying to set, but yet they had to obey a lot more commandments than the rest of Israel. So there was obedience involved with it. In other words, the more laws that you abide by, that you walk in, that is written on your heart, I believe the closer you get to God. The high priest had to know the most number of if you want numerical value, of laws. He had to walk probably the narrowest path that there is, and he's the one that drew closest to God.
Well, okay, Patty just posted on the side, Jeremiah 31:34, for they shall all know me, from the least to the greatest.
Right.
So, your argument here is hypothetical. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're either part of the bride or you're not. It doesn't matter if you're a priest or a layman. It doesn't matter. You're either part of the bride.
Knowing him doesn't mean that you're not. It says from the least to the greatest. So there is a least and there is a greatest. It says it right there.
But Joe, what you said
you're either
is
in or you're out. You're the bride or you're not.
Well,
Okay,
that's
but
not
you
what
can
that
be a
says.
guest at- You can be a guest at the wedding and you're still not the bride.
But
Right.
there's no guest, the 5 foolish ones, they could have been a guest. They weren't. There's only the bride.
But they're all wearing white.
You're taking these analogies and you're trying to make them into something else. You're either going to be totally obeying God in the kingdom, or you're not going to be in the kingdom. And I don't care if you're the least or the greatest, you're either obeying or you're not obeying. You're either in or you're out.
Okay, so
Well,
then what's the point of the Passover?
What?
What's the point of the Passover? What's the point of the Passover? Invites us into the covenant. Then we get to the Mount Sinai event where we're introduced to our covenant.
Okay, so
Sorry.
you're not talking about Passover, you're talking about all the holy days.
No.
But the holy days give you the plan of salvation, step by step.
Exactly. But those who enter into the betrothal covenant, but don't actually end up consummating the marriage at the other end, what do we do with those people? What does Jehovah, not us, do? What does Jehovah do with those people? If those people were his betrothed, but they never actually become his bride, because there are some betrothed who get to their wedding day and they cannot fulfill the obligations of their ketubah, that husband, that man, that bridegroom has a responsibility to give her a writ of divorce. That's what Joseph was going to do to Mary, right? So what does Jehovah do to all those human beings who entered into that Mount Sinai agreement, but get to the judgment day, the atonement day, the Yom Kippur day, and Jehovah walks around them 7 times, but he finds that they are not worthy to be his bride.
Jehovah doesn't walk around them 7 times. They walk around him 7 times. They are not worthy to be his bride. They're told by the 5 foolish virgins, I never knew you. Right? It's the same thing.
So you're saying there's no guests at this wedding feast?
Okay, so now if you want to go to the parable about the guests not dressed in white, right? You can say that there are guests there.
You know,
But
you
they
got to put
don't
this
have
in
on the white
context.
robes, therefore they're not going to be part of the party.
This
Glenn,
is
what'd
for
you
the
say?
seventh millennium. This is not the 8th day celebration.
But there's the other thing. There's the other thing is the good book of life that judges the people who don't get in. Like you said, Joe, the people like you, people who never really followed the Torah because they didn't know about it, or they were in a land that never had Christianity. They get in your own works. You say they get judged at the Great White Throne Judgment, and the book of life decides if they're in the book or not, doesn't it? That's the conclusion.
That's at the end of the 7th. Yes.
But your name only gets written in the Lamb's Book of Life when you've passed through the Yom Kippur event and you've humbled yourself and you've confessed all your sins and you've been made clean, you've been purified. So that's not the Passover, and that's not the betrothal at Sinai. That's a whole different thing. That's, have you walked it out?
Well, I understand some of the personal and national, but my understanding is the Passover is more of a personal redemption and atonement is more for national, though there are both in both. Am I wrong?
You can do it personally on each level, but it's also national on each level. So, you know, Sinai was national, everyone, and we all agreed. Okay, and you know, Passover was national, everyone left and the whole nation was destroyed. Atonement is national. We're about to go through that atonement. The 10-day law is going to apply to this time period right now at the end of the 6th millennium. It will not be applied, although it could be similar at the end of the 7th, but that'll be a different thing altogether there. Patty, go ahead.
Oh, in Joel chapter 2, the army's already invading. They're marching everyone in his path. They're not breaking ranks, and they're coming through the windows like a thief. They're on their way. And then 2 verse 12, the Lord says, yet even now, return to me with all your heart, with fasting, weeping, mourning. I mean, we can't just say, well, everyone today that understands who he is and is following him, that's it. And, the window's closed. But, God is going to keep reaching out and ready, and people are going to, as it gets dire, and it's not just going to get linear, it's going to be exponentially getting more hard to survive. People are going to start asking, well, how come you're not so worried? Things are falling apart. When it gets bad, we can't just say, well, the window's closed and, sorry. God is even now, blow trumpet, fast, get assembly together, assemble, and he will let us turn back to him.
Well, the whole point of the tribulation is to get people to turn back.
Right.
The whole point of 10 days of awe are to get people to turn back, even though they are suffering through the tribulation.
Yeah. So as far
they
as
can come at any time as long as they repent.
And who's greatest, that may be more obvious after the fact. I think that there's the people that maybe we've written off that still are worshiping on a different day, not really have a clue on the first 5 commandments, that they're gonna say, the God I've been worshiping is not doing it. I need to get back to what's written in the Bible and pay attention to what he says here. And they're gonna, in the dire circumstances, their hearts are gonna be more open. I just feel like we're acting like this is a little cut and dried, and maybe it is, but maybe looking back would be more. But I think there's so many more people that will realize, and they might be like the 24th hour person that turns back to him, that we have no idea is quite even ready yet. So yeah, I guess we can't just write off people at this point.
No, everyone can be redeemed like the thief on the tree right up until the moment they die, right? Anyone can do that. So we just got to keep slugging it out there and letting people know you got to start obeying to plant those seeds. Okay, any more questions on Ezekiel chapter 20? Okay, then I think Jimmy is up for Ezekiel 21.
That's correct. Ezekiel 21. Yahweh's word came to me saying, Son of man, set your face toward Jerusalem and preach toward the sanctuaries and prophesy against the land of Israel. And tell the land of Israel, thus said Yahweh, behold, I am against you, and will draw my sword out of its sheath, and will cut off from you the righteousness, or the righteous and the wicked. Seeing then that I will cut off from you the righteous and the wicked, therefore shall my sword go out of its sheath and against all flesh, from the south to the north. And all flesh shall know that I, Yahweh, have drawn my sword out of its sheath. It shall not return any more. Sigh, therefore, you son of man, with the breaking of your thighs and with the bitterness, you will sigh before their eyes. It shall be, when they tell you, why do you sigh? And you shall say, because of the news. For it comes, and every heart shall melt, and all hands shall be feeble, and every spirit shall faint, and all knees shall be weak as water. Behold, it comes, and it shall be done, says the Lord Yahweh. Yahweh word came to me, saying, Son of man, prophesy and say, thus says Yahweh, say a sword, it is sharpened and also furbished. It is sharpened, and it shall make a slaughter. It is furbished, and it shall be as lightning. Shall we then make myrrh? The rod of my son, it condemns every tree. It is given to be furbished, that it may be handled. The sword it is sharpened. Yes, it is furbished, to give it into the hand of the killer. Cry and wail, son of man, for it is on my people, it is on all the princes of Israel. They are delivered over to the sword with my people. Strike therefore on your thigh, for there is a trial. And what if the rod that condemns shall be no more, says the Lord Yahweh. You therefore, son of man, prophesy, and strike your hands together, and let the sword be doubled the third time, the sword of the deadly wounded. It is the sword of the great one, who is deadly wounded, which enters into their rooms. I have set the threatened sword against all their gates, that their heart may melt, and their stumblings be multiplied. It is made as lightning. It is pointed for slaughter. Gather yourselves together. Go to the right. Set yourselves in array. Go to the left. Wherever your face is set, I will also strike my hands together, and I will cause my wrath to rest. I, Yahweh, have spoken it. Yahweh's word came to me, saying again, also, you, son of man, appoint 2 ways, that the sword of the king of Babylon may come. They both shall come out of the land, and one mark out a place, mark it out at the head of the way to the city. You shall appoint a way for the sword to come to Rabbah of the children of Ammon, and to Judah in Jerusalem the fortified. For the king of Babylon stood at the parting of the way, at the head of the 2 ways. To use divination, he shook the arrows back and forth. He consulted the teraphim. He looked at the liver. In his hand was the lot for Jerusalem, to set battering rams, to open them out in the slaughter, to lift up the voice with shouting, to set battering rams against the gates, to cast up mounds, to build forts. It shall be to them as a false divination in their sight, who have sworn oaths to them, but he bring iniquity to memory, that they may be taken. Therefore, thus said the Lord Yahweh, because you have made your iniquity to be remembered, in that your transgressions are uncovered, so that in all your doings your sins appear, because you have come to memory, you shall be taken with the hand. You deadly wounded wicked one, the prince of Israel, whose day has come in the time of the iniquity of the end. Thus says the Lord Yahweh, remove the turban and take off the crown. This will not be as it was, exalt and which is low, and base that which is high. I will overturn it. This also shall be no more until it comes whose right it is, and I will give it. You, Son of man, prophesy and say, thus said the Lord Yahweh, concerning the children of Ammon, and concerning their reproach, and say, a sword is drawn. For the slaughter it is refurbished, to cause it to devour, that he may be as lightning. While you see for you false visions, while they divine lies to you, to lay you on the necks of the wicked who are deadly wounded, whose day has come in the time of the iniquity of the end. Cause it to return into its sheath. In the place where you were created, in the land of your birth, will I judge you. I will pour out my indignation on you. I will blow on you with the fire of my wrath, and I will deliver you into the hand of the brutish men, skillful to destroy. Last verse. You shall be for fuel to the fire. Your blood shall be in the midst of the land, and you shall be remembered no more. For I, Yahweh, have spoken it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Jimmy. The well, I got one verse I really want to go to, but somebody else got any questions about this? Comments?
Yeah, some of it seems to be, or at least the last part certainly seems to be placed in the time of Babylon. But you could take some of that and also render it for what could happen today too.
Yeah, I got the same impression. It was mostly for a different time, but you might be able to find some for modern day Babylon. But I'm not
thinking more the beginning of the chapter, or that what he read, what Jimmy read, the beginning seemed to be more tuned to today, and then the last 3/4 of it was relating to Babylon. That's what I took.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, well, I got something here. Verse 27. Overthrown, overthrown, I will make it overthrown. And it shall be no longer until he comes whose right it is, and I will give it to him. Nobody got anything for that? The verse before.
Really say it
why,
3 times?
Why, yeah, why was the word overturn mentioned 3 times?
Right.
Is that for emphasis?
A little bit more than that, yeah.
Okay, I've heard this one, I've read it. Wasn't it about the king's daughters? And they got married, and it was going to overturn the throne of David 3 times before. I'm close. I know I'm close. I'm not remembering all the details.
Okay, verse 26. Thus says the Lord God, remove the turban, take off the crown. What's that talking about? That's the king of Israel. Remove the turban, take off the crown. Nothing shall remain the same. Exalt the humble and humble the exalted. So what Janet was saying, she's right, but she's not got all the details. Okay, there's another scripture that goes with us. I think it's in Jeremiah. He's told to clap his hand 3 times. Clap 3 times. What was that about? It's the changing of the leadership or the king in Israel. Nobody knows what I'm talking about yet? Okay. So when Zedekiah is finally killed off by the Babylonians, his daughter is taken by Jeremiah to Ireland, and she marries into the royal throne or royal line there. And then that royal line moved over into Scotland. That's the second overthrown. And the third overthrown is when this line is moved from Scotland into England, where it presently resides under King Charles. It's King Charles III, I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. So this is what's going on there. This is speaking to the royal family. Overthrown, 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 until he comes whose right it is, and it will, and I will give it to him. Who's that? That's about to happen in our time. So this throne will be given to the Messiah.
Specifically, King David.
Specifically, King David. They have it capital H here in my translation. They are assuming that to be, I guess, Yeshua. There are no capitals there in Hebrew.
I had never heard that line lined up like that. That's awesome.
Overthrown, overthrown, overthrown?
Yeah, I couldn't figure that one out. And now I got an answer. That's great. Thank you.
Look, connected to, they don't have it connected to Jeremiah. Clap 3 times, I think it is. Is that the one I'm thinking of, or is that something else? I'm not sure. But where Jeremiah is told at the end to, what, Glenn, do you know that scripture in Jeremiah? Where Jeremiah is told, overturn, overturn, overturn?
Sorry, I don't. I'll look.
There's all my sleuths here.
Is it verse 14 of the same chapter, 21? Strike your hand, strike.
Ezekiel?
Yes, sir.
I haven't associated that, but wow, I'm starting, Paul, maybe I might have to rechange my thinking. Strike your hands together the 3rd time, let the sword do double the damage. Who's he speaking to here? A sword is on. I thought he was talking to Babylon. Set your face towards Jerusalem, verse 2. Yeah, it could be. Okay, I'm still looking in Jeremiah for the 3 times. Overturned 3 times.
There's Ezekiel 22:13. I will surely strike my hands together at the unjust gain that you have made and at the blood that you have shed in your midst. There's also, oh, maybe not. Rashi says, it's not exactly hitting your hands, but more like clapping the hands, not by the way of happiness. Rashi says, strike my hands together is an expression of lament and grief. Also these days, this is a common way of showing grief. There are more times with which this expression appears in the Bible with this meaning. Numbers 24 verse 10 and Ezekiel 21 verse 22. There are different translations in the Bible. Some are phrased strike your hands or clap your hands. Also strike your thigh. Some is stomp your feet. So
Yeah.
with all, sorry?
No, I'm doing what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine says snap, but now I snap my fingers.
Yeah. So with all that movement going on, I visualize someone being seized by a fit of temper or tantrum. One might explain all of these excesses of movement as extremes in different emotions, first angry at the crimes of the unrighteous that is stirring up God's wrath, second nervous of the possibility of needing to take up sword and to cleanse and purge the land again, and also perhaps an extreme gladness that God has pronounced judgment against those he despises.
Okay. Nancy, did you want to say something else?
Yeah, well, my Ezekiel 22 is so different than what was read. So, but when I always felt like that clapping of hands thing was almost a confirmation of like, I don't want to say it like a witch's spell, but it was almost like that was again like an act that made something complete to make something happen. So that's what it seemed to me. And I also, in my Tyndale, like when you look at 6, it says every leader in Israel who lives within your walls is bent on murder. Fathers and mothers are contemptuously ignored. Immigrants and visitors are forced to pay you for your protection. Orphans and widows are wronged and oppressed. The things that God are all despised, my Sabbaths are ignored, and so on. And I don't know, it's just clear to me what was actually going on that we see today. So I see it as modern day just as much as I see it as, some of it being back then. I think there's patterns of it happening over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Okay, Ella?
Just looking here in the King James in verse 26 and 27, those words that are italicized, I don't know if it changes anything, but in 26, this shall not be the same is shall and be are italicized, so that would make sense. And then the other, exalt him that is low and abase him that is high, it would read exalt low and abase high. And then in 27, when it says I will give it him, it's italicized, which is saying, I guess that him is not in there, and I will give it to whom, and until he come whose right it is, and I will give it. Don't think it changes anything, but that was.
Oh, is him italicized? To him is italicized. You're right.
Yes.
Okay. Missed that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Randy. You're muted.
Sorry. The last verse, you are to be fuel for the fire. You are not to be remembered. I just don't see how these people will be found in the book of life when it's all said and done. The way they're spoken of in this chapter, I think they're pretty much toast. So, wait. I don't want to say on that.
Well, right now, we don't remember who they are.
That's true when they're dead. Okay.
So yeah, there's words like what Steve was saying earlier about different meanings, eternal, forever, those kinds of things, or even in what you're just talking about, that it's hard sometimes to determine. We put our own bias on it, and we think it's this period of time when it means something else. Or utter destruction doesn't really mean utter destruction, as in the Canaanites, and it can get confusing. And so we got to put it in proper understanding.
Yeah,
like
the fires are still eternally burning in Sodom or something, but they're not actually burning. Yeah. It's not the same adjective. Do you know what I mean? So you can attribute eternal to meaning infinity when it doesn't mean infinity.
Yeah. So in that case, what you were just saying, I see the same thing there. I don't see that forever, or maybe it's in this particular physical realm of human beings on earth. Maybe it doesn't mean, obviously after in the millennium or even further. I don't know. I just don't know. But I hope that there's some, that they can redeem themselves. I guess that's what I'm saying. I feel that ultimately everyone will be redeemed at some point. Yeah, I feel that way. It doesn't mean I can base it on fact.
We were talking about that last week about the redemption, and if God has total sovereignty, he can bring everyone through, right? That is, and so he has total sovereignty. He decides what's going to happen before it happens, right? He knows everything before it happens. It's based on that. He has total sovereignty over creation. So he can bring anybody through, even the most worst sinner, he can bring through and every knee can bow to him at the end.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else got any more here on Ezekiel 21? Okay. Ella, you want to read Ezekiel
Chapter
22?
Moreover, the word of Jehovah came unto me, saying, Now, you, son of man, will you judge? Will you judge the bloody city? Yes, you shall show her all her abominations. Then say you, Thus saith Jehovah, the city sheddeth blood in the midst of it, that her time may come, and makes idols against herself to defile herself. You are become guilty in your blood that you have shed, and you have defiled yourself in your idols which you have made, and you have caused your days to draw near, and are come even unto your years. Therefore have I made you a reproach unto the heathen, and a mocking to all countries. Those that be near and those that be far from you shall mock you, which art infamous and much vexed. Behold, the princes of Israel, every one, were in you to their power to shed blood. In you have they set light by father and mother. In the midst of you have they dealt by oppression with the stranger. In you have they vexed the fatherless and the widow. You've despised my holy things, and have profaned my Sabbath. In you are men that carry tales to shed blood, and in you they eat upon the mountains. In the midst of you they commit lewdness. In you have they discovered their father's nakedness. In you have they humbled her that was set apart for pollution. And one has committed abomination with his neighbor's wife, and another has lewdly defiled his daughter-in-law, and another in you has humbled his sister, his father's daughter. In you have they taken gifts to shed blood. You have taken usury and increase, and you have greedily gained of your neighbors by extortion, and have forgotten me, saith Jehovah. Behold, therefore, I have smitten mine hand at your dishonest gain which you have made, and at your blood which has been in the midst of thee. Can your heart endure, or can your hands be strong in the days that I shall deal with you? I, Jehovah, have spoken it, and will do it. And I will scatter you among the heathen, and disperse you in the countries, and will consume the filthiness out of you. And you shall take thine inheritance in yourself in the sight of the heathen, and you shall know that I am Jehovah. And the word of Jehovah came unto me, saying, Son of man, the house of Israel is to me become dross. All they are brass and tin and iron and lead. In the midst of the furnace there are even the dross of silver. Therefore thus saith Jehovah, because you are all become dross, behold, therefore I will gather you into the midst of Jerusalem. As they gather silver and brass and iron and lead and tin into the midst of the furnace, to blow the fire upon it, to melt it, so will I gather you in my anger and in my fury, and I will leave you there and melt you. Yes, I will gather you, and blow upon you in the fire of my wrath, and you shall be melted in the midst thereof. As silver is melted in the midst of the furnace, so shall you be melted in the midst thereof. And you shall know that I, Jehovah, have poured out my fury upon you. And the word of Jehovah came unto me, saying, Son of man, say unto her, You are the land that is not cleansed, nor rained upon in the day of indignation. There is a conspiracy of her prophets in the midst thereof, like a roaring lion ravening the prey. They have devoured souls. They have taken the treasure and precious things. They have made her many widows in the midst thereof. Her priests have violated my law and have profaned my holy things. They put no difference between the holy and profane. Neither have they showed difference between the unclean and the clean, and have hid their eyes from my Sabbaths, and I am profaned among them. Her princes in the midst thereof are like wolves ravening the prey, to shed blood, and to destroy souls, to get dishonest gain. And her prophets have daubed them with untempered mortar, seeing vanity and divining lies upon them, saying, unto them, saying, Thus saith Jehovah, when the Lord Jehovah has not spoken. The people of the land have used oppression and exercised robbery, and have vexed the poor and needy. Yea, they have oppressed the stranger wrongfully. And I sought for a man among them, that they should make up the hedge, and stand in the gap before me for the land, that I should not destroy it, but I found none. Therefore have I poured out mine indignation upon them. I have consumed them with the fire of my wrath. Their own way have I recompensed upon their heads, says Jehovah.
Thank you, Ella. Who's Ezekiel prophesying against here? Is this Israel or Judah?
Like Israel to me.
That's what I was thinking.
Israel.
You got a verse?
I was looking, it just says at the beginning of the chapter.
18 also it says the house of Israel.
There you go.
Son of man, house of Israel.
Okay, so if this is prophesying to the house of Israel, when did Ezekiel go into captivity? Ezekiel went into captivity, I think, 120 years after Israel was taken away. So this prophecy that you just read is for us today. Because everything I read or was reading in here sounds like us today.
Yeah.
And you
Sombra.
will know that he is God. Ezekiel tells that more than any other chapter in the Bible. You will know that he is God. He says it 27 times, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
I have a different subject, Joe.
Pardon me?
I have a different subject.
Well, hang on then. Glenn, so how do we know, how will we know that he is God?
Because we're going to be shaken to the core, either during this life or after when we're resurrected. That's how I read it. Everything he wrote in that whole chapter. One way or another.
Because of the prophecies that he said are coming true?
Yeah, based on what Ezekiel says is going to happen. And towards the end of each consequence, he says, and then you will know that I am God. That's what his whole motive is. Because we deny it. And especially today. In those days, they believed in many, many gods. Today, there's few that believe in God, and those that do are following the wrong one.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, it's like the tribulation. The tribulation is for the people don't believe. You give them a chance to recompense before he brings the full judgment in. And now they say they will be amazed when the people when their power falls. You know, like in the West. And I see that every day. The West is collapsing, right? And people used to be really confident about it and not so confident nowadays. And that's good because they start repenting.
Well, that's their arrogance. That's what it is. It's our
stand
arrogance and our denial to think there's any authority.
Joe, do you find the people less arrogant in the Philippines compared to the West?
It's night and day.
Yeah.
Night and day. The people in the Philippines are very humble, very polite, very respectful.
That's why we got to learn the lesson to be like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, Sombra, you wanted to change the subject?
Yeah, I'll just add one thing to that. We're learning about Africa as in our homeschooling this year, and there's a TV show called The World's Strictest Parents, and the British children that were bad got sent to Ghana, and the parents in Ghana basically are teaching them how to be respectful. And there is a difference between this Western philosophy where the child, the individual has all rights, whereas the Eastern philosophy is the honor shame culture. And in our North American society, we don't really like an honor shame culture because we think, how dare they shame us for our behavior? I have a right to express whatever I want to express. Whereas in an honor shame culture, it's no, you have a responsibility to be honorable lest you shame the family by your behavior. And there is you know, when we talk about these Chinese mothers, we call them tiger moms. You know, these Eastern type mothers are called tiger moms. We need a little bit more tiger moms here in North America. Anyhow, I was going to bring up Ezekiel 22 verses 26. Her priests have done violence to my law and have profaned my holy things. They have made no distinction between the holy and the common. Neither have they taught the difference between the unclean and the clean, and they have disregarded my Sabbath so that I am profaned among them. That's exactly what we talked about in Leviticus 22.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, and you know, with regard to reputation, so that I, Jehovah, my reputation is sullied amongst the nations of the world. It's our fault that the nations of the world don't respect and honor Jehovah. We haven't respected and honored Jehovah. We're the ones that have basically told the rest of the world, because in the Ezekiel 20 that I read, it was all about how our behavior in the midst of the nations, we have created this reputation that Jehovah is a bad guy, is a mean guy, is a controlling guy, is not worth worshiping. It's our fault. It's not their fault. I mean, we didn't take on the ways of the nations. We had our own ways, and all we did was show the nations, well, what do we need to worship Jehovah for? You guys aren't worshiping Jehovah. You guys are taking on our ways. It's our fault that the nations don't respect and honor Jehovah.
Now we're paying the price.
And now we're paying the price.
Yep. We treat God like he's a lucky rabbit's foot. We only call on him when we need him.
Would these guys be considered least in the kingdom? The ones
What?
teaching this, are these the least in the kingdom? These guys teaching these profanities that he just called out?
I wouldn't call them least in the kingdom.
They're abominations, right? So that's the whole
Not
meaning
in
of the
the
word
kingdom.
least is, I just don't see it being rewarded at all. There
It's
cannot
not
be
a good thing.
reward. Exactly.
Right. Who wants to be at the bottom?
Right.
But, you know, the thing is this, we're thinking our earthly thinking here. But from my understanding, those who are going to be greatest in the kingdom are actually going to be serving. They're going to have the best interest of everyone down under them. I don't want to say serving like, you know, they're doing menial work. I mean, they're going to be doing it to our best interest, the way every man, woman, and person on this planet should have been doing from the beginning, is always considering others. We're always, you know, what was it? Armstrong used to say that. Just me. You know, you need to. Yeah, exactly. We're in that get, and you're supposed to be thinking give. And if we all did that, we'd have an abundance. And he's right. So
yeah,
we certainly are living in that last part that Sombra was talking about. You know, total disregard. It couldn't be any worse. I think we're in a worse time than was in Sodom and Gomorrah or any of those periods.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jesus said that, didn't he? Jesus said it in the last generation. The last generation will be disrespectful to parents and all that, and we're getting all that. It's in your face so much. It's oppressing almost, isn't it?
Yeah,
it is. That's why you stay home. You feel like staying home. I don't want to go anywhere.
Eric, go ahead.
Colossians 3:23. Sorry, Eric, just one thing. Whatever you do, work heartily at it, as if for Jehovah and not for men. If we treated our worship like that, what a testimony we would have before the nations. Sorry, Eric.
Sorry. Exactly. I think one of the points and one of the reasons why God keeps emphasizing that you shall know that I am God is because I think each one of us in our own way, we keep eating of that doggone tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and we're trying to tell God this is good and this is evil. And we should have never touched that tree in the first place. And we, from the very beginning, keep trying to tell God what he should do. Homosexuality is okay. You can eat whatever you want. You can worship on whatever day you want. You can do Christmas and Easter. You can create your own feast. We have tainted his word from the day in the garden when we got kicked out. We have been doing that, and it's amazing how we can create laws that don't exist, like communion. God never said and did communion, but the church has created communion, And now you must be worthy to approach communion. And if you're not a Catholic, you can't do communion. And it's like all these rules and laws are coming from stuff that's not even in the scriptures. So it's amazing how we create these laws and then we make people feel bad about breaking laws that are not a sin to God. So it's like we are gods unto ourselves, creating all these traditions. And Yeshua said it perfectly. We have taken our traditions and replaced his commandments. And instead of doing his commandments, we keep our traditions. And even the Pharisees came against Yeshua because his disciples were rubbing heads of grain between the hands and they hadn't washed their hands yet. So therefore you're breaking our law.
Nor have they made known the difference between the unclean and the clean.
Right.
And yeah.
So
Yeah,
when he says, you will know that I am God, he's not just saying, you're going to know that I'm God. No, we are going to know viscerally within our being that he is the Almighty and that everything that he said is true. And that if we have no choice, we have to live the way he said, or we're not going to live.
Right.
But
right.
he's going to make it.
Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, listen, you could probably look at this thing 16, 20 different ways, but I think one of the things, the problem we have today is we have these huge mega church pastors coming out and they're saying we have to disconnect from the Old Testament. We're in the New Testament now. We need to totally disconnect from the old. I'm going, that's the last thing you should be saying. But in people saying stuff like that, they have taken on the position of God, saying that this is no longer valuable. And I'm going, Timothy says all scripture is valuable for doctrine, for reproof, for discipline, all of it. So
can I
when
just
people
say something about the fruits of evil? I've experienced this myself. It's only when you go through the bad fruits of evil that you understand his law. And when you understand by going with his law, you avoid those evil fruits that are produced, right? And I think we had to fall in order to understand the difference between good and bad, the contrast, right? Otherwise, we're like a spoiled brat. We don't really appreciate what we've got. It's only when we lose it that we understand the law, and then we strive to be perfect, like he says in his Torah.
Well, and to me, if you look at it, the definition of good is to obey God. The definition of evil is to disobey him. So God's not just speaking idle words when he gives these laws to us. Plus, he's not saying that, listen, I'm giving you guys laws and I have the expectation that you're going to keep them. So I give you empowerment of the Ruach so that it gives you the ability to walk out these laws properly.
Can I just say, do you believe that we had to fall in order to understand the law, that we couldn't just have it on a plate? Do you believe that?
I don't know that we had to. I know that we did, but I can't be in the mind of God and say, I know 100% for sure that we had to fall. I can't say that. That's too far beyond my ability. I don't think I have the ability as a mortal man born in iniquity.
If he has something over creation, that he made us fall on purpose so that we would learn the lesson, learn the Torah, because without that, we wouldn't really understand it. It's only by
free choice in here.
Well,
so
one of the
predetermination, and we're not going to talk about that because it's just going to lead us down a rabbit hole.
Well, one of the characteristics that I know of the scriptures about God is don't ever accuse God of tempting you. And to me, temptation is with the purpose of you to fail or fall. It says that God will test you, but he will never tempt you. That's not from God.
Okay, so let's move on to James 4. James 4, we got Kurt reading that.
I can find it.
Let's see if it ties into the theme here of the clean and unclean are being pure before Jehovah.
You need a stand-up desk, Joe.
I know.
You see one of them?
Yeah, that's called a podium.
Yep. You're getting good at it.
I actually like standing up. It's good for studying, to get all your books on a shelf in front of you. That's what I did at Scott. It was great. Okay, James 4. Where do wars and fights come from among you? Do they not come from your desires for pleasure that war in your members? You lust and do not have. You murder and covet and cannot obtain. You fight and war, yet you do not ask. No, yet you do not have because you do not ask. You ask and do not receive because you ask amiss, that you may spend it on your pleasures. Adulterers and adulteresses, do you not know that friendship with the world is enmity with God? Whoever therefore wants to be a friend of the world makes himself an enemy of God. Or do you think that the scripture says in vain, the Spirit who dwells in us yearns jealously, but he gives more grace? Therefore he says, God resists the proud, but gives grace to the humble. Therefore submit to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Draw near to God, and he will draw near to you. Cleanse your hands, you sinners, and purify your hearts, you double-minded. Lament and mourn and weep. Let your laughter be turned to mourning and your joy to gloom. Humble yourselves in the sight of the Lord, and he will lift you up. Do not speak evil of one another, brethren. He who speaks evil of a brother and judges his brother speaks evil of the law and judges the law. But if you judge the law, you are not a doer of the law, but a judge. There is one lawgiver who is able to save and to destroy. Who are you to judge another? Come now, you who say, today or tomorrow we will go to such and such a city, spend a year there, buy and sell and make a profit, whereas you do not know what will happen tomorrow. For what is your life? It is even a vapor that appears for a little time and then vanishes away. Instead, you ought to say, if the Lord wills, we shall live and do this or that. But now you boast in your arrogance. All such boasting is evil. Therefore, to him who knows to do good and does not do it, to him it is sin.
Thank you, Kurt.
You're welcome.
This is one of the chapters I gave for one of my ambassador spokesman club. Where do wars come from? One of the first speeches I ever gave. So I like this chapter.
I think I can remember way back my first sermonette, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where do wars come from? You lust and you do not have. So that's where they come from. You want stuff, you don't have it, and you're willing to fight for it. That's not my speech, I forgot.
Yeah, you forgot.
Power also.
Power. Power. That's what the guy that went up against Moses wanted, the power. Any other comments here?
Yeah, I do, but James was one of the first books I read decades ago. And first thing that he pointed out to me was, to him then, who knows what to do good and does not do it, to him it is sin. And I had never considered that sin was an omission of something we should have done and knew better.
I like what you said. It's an omission of doing good. Wow. So you see somebody's ox in the ditch and you just keep on driving by.
About verse 12, are we not supposed to judge, or are we supposed to judge? Which way is it?
Well, we have to judge. We all judge. We make judgments all the time. But are we judging people to condemn them to hell? To death?
Well, we have to use a base, and the base is the Torah. And then if you can judge righteously by the standard of the Torah, you can judge. Anything else, they're judging based on other parameters. It could be their own eyes, it could be some other laws, or any number of things that may not align with everyone's thinking. But it certainly may not, most likely isn't going to be God's thinking.
I think you just changed the verse here. Glenn is talking, there is one lawgiver.
Right.
So that's talking about the Torah.
Exactly. And that's what you judge against.
With, yes.
Right.
Using his Torah, because it's able to save and destroy, like it says.
Exactly. So nothing else, no one's judgment, unless it's based on Torah, is acceptable. So don't judge unless you know the Torah.
Okay. Eric.
Yeah, Matthew addresses this. It says, judge not that you be not judged. And if you just stop there, you could say, well, there you go. But, you know, if you keep reading, it says, for with judgment you judge, you will be judged. And with the measure you use, it will be measured back to you. And why do you look at the speck in your brother's eye, but do not consider the plank in your own eye? Or how can you say to your brother, let me remove the speck from your eye and
Are
look?
you a judge or not judge?
To me, you're to judge, but you judge not in accordance with your own opinion, but with the word of God. And in judgment, just like when God does, he's merciful in his judgment. You know, he talks about that. That was something else. I don't know if I have it up right now, but it was in Exodus, and he gives, I think it was Exodus. Anyways, it was either Exodus, it was 34.
Okay, but do you judge or do you don't judge?
You do judge.
If somebody's cutting the grass on the Sabbath, do you judge them or not?
Well, it depends on what, like, what was the scenario you gave me? Do you judge him for what? Cutting grass?
He's cutting grass on the Sabbath.
Well, in that case, it's one of those things where, how well do I know him? Would he receive it? It's
He's
like,
picking
okay,
up sticks on the Sabbath.
in that case, I mean, that's where I go to the Lord and say, okay, Lord, should I say something or not? And that's where I have to be led by the Spirit.
Are you judging him? Do you judge him?
What do you mean? Do I say something to him or do I judge him?
I said judge. I didn't say open your mouth. I said judge.
Oh,
Yes.
well, I would say that what he's doing in accordance with the scriptures is wrong, but do I know that?
So now hang on, you just made a judgment.
Yeah, I made a judgment on his action, but not on him. I said what he's doing is wrong.
Hang on, you're splitting words here. You made a judgment on him because he's the one doing it. You didn't make a judgment on somebody else that wasn't there. You made a judgment on that guy doing it, picking up sticks.
Right, but you can carry a judgment to many different levels. I'm just saying what he's doing is wrong.
So
that's
you
all I'm
made a
saying.
judgment.
I did, in accordance with the word of God. That's right.
So when you talk about that, take the log out of your own eye first. So the first thing you're going to know Torah. Torah. The second thing you're going to do is judge yourself against Torah. And then you have the right to judge someone else.
Right.
Well, let's hang on. Before you guys get sidetracked here, go back and read verse 11. Do not speak evil of one another, brethren. He who speaks evil of a brother and judges his brother speaks evil of the law and judges the law. The guy picking up sticks, is he guilty? Eric said yes.
He's guilty of picking up sticks. That's all I said.
But you're not speaking evil of him, are you? Because he's breaking the Torah.
I'm not speaking evil of it. I didn't say what's going to happen to him.
You're not doing evil if you're telling him that he's
okay. So the guy picking up
evil.
sticks back in Moses' time, would you have condemned him to death or not?
Well, in that case, if he was picking up sticks in the days of Moses, just like what they did with him, they caught him and put him in confined him, and then went to the Lord and say, "What do we do?" They didn't do it themselves. They asked the Lord.
Well, you made a judgment by arresting the guy. So you've made a judgment.
Okay.
No, you use discernment.
Right.
You use discernment. You use your understanding of what Jehovah's word is But at the
Okay,
end of the day,
that's just
no,
judgment
hold
by
on a
another
second.
word.
At the end of the day, the word judgment means you have the authority to impose a consequence. They did not have the authority to impose a consequence. They brought him to Moses. They asked the question. Moses inquired of Jehovah, and Jehovah said, all the people should stone him. Jehovah is the one that imposed the consequence. The people used their discernment. They did not impose a consequence. Holly, let's just pray for them. So I can bring to my brother and I can say, listen, the Torah says you're not supposed to do this.
Right.
It's up to my brother to decide whether or not he is going to repent of what he's done and cease doing what he's done. It is not my job to forcibly make him no longer do what he's doing. It is not, I do not have the authority to stop him from doing what he's doing, and I do not have the authority to put a consequence on him. Specifically, I do not have the authority to condemn him to hell for what he's doing.
Okay, so let's change it from right now. Let's put us in the kingdom tomorrow.
Okay.
You're in the kingdom rules now apply. And there's a guy picking up sticks on Shabbat.
So then we'll just
all
shut up.
It's your brother picking up sticks on Shabbat.
In the kingdom, I have the authority to make judgments. I am a king, a priest, a king, and a prophet in the kingdom. My brother picks up sticks. I have the authority to put him to death.
Satan has the authority on this
now.
I'm sorry, what?
I think you've gone too far now. You don't have authority to put him to death. You have made a judgment that he's breaking the law, and you're to bring him to the community. The community is the ones that put him to death, not you.
I have the authority to say he needs to die.
Yeah, but you can't.
In a judgment, yes.
Okay, but that's not today.
That's not today.
It's not today.
You know, the other part of that too is you're not supposed to cast pearls before swine, and dog returns its own vomit. So a lot of times you don't necessarily want to say something unless you're being encouraged by the Spirit to do something like that. There may be times when you see what they're doing is wrong, and it's like God is saying, we're not going to say anything right now because they're not going to hear you. They're just not ready to hear you.
Yeah, if we had to tell them what they're doing is wrong, man, we'd be on the streets just yelling it constantly. So in this day and age, we have to be careful and selective to who we do that to. Yes, if I see a brother who I know knows Torah and does something that is not kosher, I will mention it. And maybe it's just an error. That's up to him, like Sambra says. It's up to him to change and repent. It's not up to me. And at this point, it's not up to me to give him a punishment either. Absolutely. In the kingdom, as she says, a king or a priest, well, that's a different story. But I think it's not just going to be one of us's decision anyways. I think it's going to be, I don't want to say up to the command, but there is some hierarchy there that we're going to have to go through. We don't necessarily know it yet, but
get all the facts.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get more than, yeah, he did it. Okay, that's it. We don't know.
It's an automatic reflex action to judge somebody in your mind, but how you treat it, you use your discernment as to whether you to apply it to the situation. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, Patty, go ahead.
Up in verse 6, where he says, he gives greater favor. He says, Elohim resists the proud, but gives favor to the humble. So when you're dealing with, or when I've had to deal with someone who is proud inside my household, I did some research, and what does resist the proud boil down to? It means applying positive effort. So, I mean, they're not going to squelch and press down and humiliate someone, but apply positive effort, positive words to make going the right direction look right to them. I'd only use that where I have some authority here in the home.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Patty. I understand what you're saying.
Okay,
Don't make it a confrontation.
Susan.
Well, I really feel that once you have said anything to them, they are no longer in ignorance. That really puts them into judgment. Because it says right in the beginning in Torah, if you are in ignorance, you can be forgiven. If you are no longer in ignorance, you are not to be forgiven. And that doesn't mean by us. Jehovah will judge.
Okay.
The way I look at this one about the judgment business is judging yourself. Look at that person's actions. Is that something that I should be doing on the Sabbath, for instance? Use it to police your own actions. They've already dug their own hole, and yeah, you are to, if it's your brother, to let him know when he's sinning. I see it as it's an opportunity to decide whether you're going to do such a thing or not, whatever it might be, picking up sticks on Shabbat.
Okay. Janet.
Well, when Sombra mentioned judging and handing out the death penalty, several things were going through my mind. One was, what about Yeshua? What about that he already paid the price for our sin? So someone else in the chat mentioned ignorance is no defense, but I believe the Torah does have a sin offering for unknowingly committing a sin. So maybe we shouldn't judge so harshly if they're, unless we ourselves never make a mistake. Goodness.
Well, we're not talking about judging harshly. You were just talking about, okay, the guy picking up sticks. Do you just turn your blind eye and say, whatever? Which goes back to what we just said in Ezekiel. I think it was Ezekiel, where because we've not upheld God's laws, the rest of the world doesn't regard him as God or as Jehovah.
Right.
Surely we should pray for an answer from Jehovah, because these situations are not always easy. I mean, you might have somebody who's a mass murderer who's low in the lawn and won't want to hear those words, right? So you've got to use your sense about this. And if you pray to Jehovah and use your discernment, I think that's the guideline.
Okay. Well, let's carry on chapter 5. And I think that's Patty who's going to do that. Let's see if we can find any more questions or answers there.
Okay. Come now, rich ones, weep, crying aloud over the hardships coming upon you. Your riches have rotted, and your garments have become moth-eaten. Your gold and silver have become rusty, and the rust shall be a witness against you, and shall eat your flesh like fire. You have laid up treasure in the last days. See, the wages of the workmen who mowed your fields, which you kept back, cry out. And the cries of the reapers have reached the ears of Jehovah of hosts. You have lived on the earth in pleasure and luxury. You have fattened your hearts as in a day of slaughter. You have condemned, you have murdered the righteous. He does not resist you. So, brothers, be patient until the coming of the master. See, the farmer waits for the precious fruit of the earth, waiting patiently for it until it receives the early and latter rain. You too, be patient. Establish your hearts, for the coming of the master has drawn near. Do not grumble against each other, brothers, lest you be judged. See, the judge is standing at the door. My brothers, as an example of suffering and patience, take the prophets who spoke in the name of Jehovah. See, we call those blessed who endure. You have heard of the endurance of Job and saw the purpose of Jehovah, that he is very sympathetic and compassionate. But above all, my brothers, do not swear either by the heaven or by the earth or with any other oath, but let your yes be yes and your no, no, lest you fall into judgment. Is any of you suffering evil? Let him pray. Is anyone in good spirits? Let him sing psalms. Is anyone among you sick? Let him call for the elders of the assembly and let them pray over him, having anointed him with the oil in the name of the Master. And the prayer of the belief shall save the sick, and the Master shall raise him up. And if he has committed sins, he shall be forgiven. Confess your trespasses to one another and pray for one another so that you are healed. The earnest prayer of a righteous one accomplishes much. Eliyahu was a man with feelings like us, and he prayed earnestly that it would not rain. And it did not rain on the land for 3 years and 6 months. And he prayed again, and the heaven gave rain, and the land brought forth its fruit. Brothers, if anyone among you goes astray from the truth, and someone turns him back, let him know that he who turns a sinner from the straying of his way shall save a life from death and cover a great number of sins.
Thank you, Patty. Nobody's got their hands up. The verse 15, a prayer of faith will save the sick, and the Lord will raise him up. And if he has committed sins, he will be forgiven. Verse 16 is the one I wanted. Confess your trespasses to one another, pray for one another, that you may be healed. The effective, fervent prayer of a righteous man avails much. The effective, fervent prayer of a righteous man avails much. What does that mean? If I come up to you and I ask you to pray for me, and you're not righteous,
it's a waste of your time. Wrong guy.
Wrong guy. What's happening? Those prayers don't get past the ceiling, right? So who's going to be healing the sick?
The righteous.
The righteous. What does that mean about you?
Obeying his commandments.
Should we have a test and see whose prayers heal? And, I'll pray for somebody's sore toe and you pray for their sore toe and we'll see what happens.
Well, it's almost kind of like that, Kurt, because in order for anyone to be healed, the person doing the praying's got to be righteous.
Exactly.
The fervent prayer of a righteous man avails much, which means that when people come and call upon you or Randy or Glenn, you got to be righteous in order for your prayers to go up to his ear, in order for that person to have a chance to be healed.
So is that the same thing as King David when he sort of prayed against his enemies because he was righteous?
Yeah, well, Jehovah was listening to him. So if you want your prayers to be heard, you have to be righteous. That means you can't be going and doing the abominations, and then, like Israel was, sacrificing their children in the morning, going to the temple at night, thinking that everything was peachy keen. You have got to be righteous in order for you to do your part in affecting fervent prayer. Eric.
Yeah, it says in Proverbs 28:9, it says, one who turns his ear away from hearing the law, even his prayer is an abomination.
There
So
you
like
go.
you were saying, like you were saying, it confirms you want to do the right things in the eyes of God.
Yeah. Ilya.
What about the situations where you have the unrighteous folks? I'll use Balaam, for example, right? He goes to curse, but ends up blessing Israel. And then there are many times where I'm going to use my personal situation in life where, you know, if my kids are sick and I cast a wide net to multiple brethren, and I know what denomination they belong to, it doesn't matter. Okay. But I see the fruit of that prayer. So in my mind, sometimes I think, okay, well, I know they're disobedient to Sabbath. They keep Christmas, and some of them, you know, they love Jesus in their own way, right? The emphasis is their own way, but they're blessing me with that prayer. It's like almost the blessings of the unrighteous is blessing Israel as the result. And since I'm grafted into the tree, I am part of the family. I receive that blessing. So
what if you're the righteous one doing the prayers and you're giving credit to all these other people that aren't?
I haven't specifically given credit to anyone. I just thank God when, you know, if my kids are sick and they end up recovering, it's like, praise Jehovah, you know, how do I know which group did the most praying? I just cast a wide net, right? I showed my vulnerability to dozens of folks, right? And I say, please lift up my son with me, and that's it. And so why couldn't it be that situation of kind of Balaam? They may be disobedient to the Torah, but they're seeking God to bless. Well, I'm going to give my family credit here. They're blessing a family that is obedient to Jehovah.
Yeah.
But what impression do we give them? By letting them think that they're giving good prayers. That's kind of false.
Well, my feedback to people is not like so my duty, if I received the gift of healing, right? And that's how I look at healing. I look at it as a gift of healing. If I receive that gift of healing, I'm going to give a report back and say, my son has recovered from a terrible sinus infection. Praise Jehovah. And that's it. That I'm not giving the specific person or a crowd or a denomination credit that they danced around chairs or whatnot and, you know, burned incense and then my son recovers.
I realize that, but that's not what they're going to think. I'm sorry. I don't ask people to pray for me unless I know they're righteous. I won't.
So that's another way of doing it. Yes. I had a lady, I was giving a tour in Israel one year, and this lady popped her knee out, and she popped it out really bad. And we sat her down, put her knee back in place. It was still sore. Some people walking by had no clue who they are. Asked if they could pray for her, and she said yes. And I thought, I don't know who they are. I don't know what they believe. Don't know anything about them. And so they did. Straight away, this lady jumps up and starts walking down the street like she's all healed. Before she got to the end of the block, she was crying in great pain and had to sit down again because she was putting on a show trying to pretend that she was healed. And I asked her who the people were that prayed for her, and she said she didn't know. I said, well, who would they pray to? She said she didn't know. I said, why did you let them pray for you? She said she didn't know. You know, that I ended up carrying that lady all the way up from the bottom of Jerusalem to the top. And man, she got heavier with every step. So my personal view is you don't let people pray for you that you don't know. And you don't have people pray for you that are praying to Satan or his demons. Again, because you don't know.
What about those guys on stage and those people appear to be healed after they say, oh, they're going to be this and they're going to walk away?
Well, you can go and ask them to pray for you. That seems to be working there. So, but I wouldn't.
I'd like to add to the fact to make a fact here that it's not that when I cast my net, it's going to the unknowns. it's going to the folks that I know through my walk in life. You know, I went through many denominations before getting to where I am now. I'm, you know, it's a journey. And so I know they recognize Jehovah in one way or another, right? I'm on a different path. Okay. I'm at a different level. If you like where you are, stay where you are. But as long as you recognize Yeshua as Yeshua, and I can trust you, then why not use you, you know, that person to pray for whoever it is, grandma, grandpa, whoever, your neighbor. I'm saying you don't just let like just some random folks say, hey, come put your hands on me and anoint me. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying casting a net onto the people that you know are within some sort of level of understanding the Bible. They may not reach that level that the folks have here, but we do have some agreement.
We're very low level here, just so you know. Yeah, I'd just be careful who you ask to pray for you. I'm very selective about who I ask to pray for me.
Why can't you pray for yourself? If you're attempting to follow the Torah, if you're attempting to follow the Torah, he knows your heart and he can rectify the situation for you.
Yeah, of course you can pray for yourself. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to point out where is it in Hosea where it says my people perish for because of a lack of knowledge?
Chapter 13.
Yeah, that
Well,
to me that one stands
4.
out. What's that?
Chapter 4, sorry.
In Hosea?
Yep. There, Holly's got 4:6.
Hosea 4:6. So in other words, and the other thing I was going to say is you'll notice with Balaam, he doesn't really answer his prayer. Now he talks to him, but he doesn't answer his prayer. And basically God says, now listen, I'm not going to curse something that it deserves to be blessed. So even though he has this relationship with God, his prayer is that the people would be cursed. And God's basically saying, no, that ain't going to happen. You know, and that was like, it's almost like he was a goyim type of prophet. It's almost, he's not part of the house of Israel, but yet he still has a relationship with God. It's almost a type and shadow of the kind of relationship that Satan has with God right now. You know, he's allowing him to do certain things. He's able to talk with him right now, but eventually he'll be destroyed. But in Hosea 4:6, it says, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge because they have rejected knowledge. And most people stop there. If you keep reading, it says, I will also reject you from being my priest for me because you have forgotten the law of your God. I will also forget your children. That's not a good place to be. A lot of people don't read this entire thing. So it's
don't read.
Right. It's like, but they stop it because you have rejected knowledge. And it's like, I will also reject you from being priest for me because you have forgotten the law of your God. They don't want to bring this up. And when you have forgotten the law of your God, you basically have forgotten Yeshua, which is his child. He says, because you have forgotten the law of your God, I will also forget your children. As you have forgotten my child, I'm going to forget yours. Because in him is the manifestation of the word of God. He is, it says, if you believe Moses, you believe me because you wrote about me. The Torah is the characteristic, the viewpoint, the ways of Jehovah, which is Yeshua. So this is not being read and understood in a way that if you're going to have someone that has a closeness to God, if I were to do that in the days of Israel, I'd ask the high priest. He's the one that's going to be the closest to God. Hey, hold this prayer up for me. But he also walks in the most commandments, keeps and walks and abides in them, teaches them to the priest. He is the one that's going to be the closest to God on this earth. That's who I'm going to go to. You know, and it's like now I know the prayer is being heard. Now, how God answers it is his choice. But now I know he's at least heard the prayer, and we'll see how he answers it.
And if you're righteous yourself, you can also pray for yourself. Anyone else got any comments on James before we wrap up?
I was going to say that I remember so well the story when Samuel was trying to prove the sacrifices to the demons, the non-righteous people.
I'm having trouble hearing you, Susan. You seem to be garbled. I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does that help? I don't know. Does that help any?
There, that's better.
Okay, I had my mic covered, sorry. The story of Samuel, when he presented the altar and he challenged the unrighteous people to burning up against the cattle. And they had to pour so much water into the times, and they could not sacrifice. And then he came in and he prayed, a righteous person, he prayed. And all of a sudden, his cattle were given up in sacrifice. Have I got the story right?
I'm not able to hear anything you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. I was thinking maybe it's just me, maybe others. I don't know.
Are you talking about the challenge of the priest of Israel against Elijah?
Or was it Elijah? Okay, I thought it was Samuel.
Yeah, in other words, the bullock. In other words, he says, you go and talk to your God, I'll talk to my God. And then he taunts him.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, it was a challenge between Israel worshiping all these different gods mixed with Jehovah, and Elijah basically saying, I'll pray to one. Let's see who answers the prayer. Yeah, that kind of thing. That's the same thing.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you Eric, for pointing that out. I can't hear anything Susan's saying. It's all garbled.
Sorry.
Okay, any other comments here? Then I'm going to wrap this up. It's nice to be back. It's different to be back. And I thank you for having me back. Glenn, you want to close out with prayer, sir?
Sure. Father, thank you, Father Almighty, Creator of all, for today's Torah reading and the Midrash. Father, thank you for this group. We love each other here. You can tell that. We're always concerned about each other. In our daily lives, we ask you to heal us, to give us peace through the week, and bring us back next week all together again, and hopefully with increased attendance regularly. We thank you for all things, Father. You're amazing that you would think of us little puny little ants. We appreciate it so much. We are here. We bend over backwards to try to keep the Sabbath and to be here and to learn. We are trying to be obedient. We ask you for your blessings on us and all of the people in the world who are doing the same thing, trying, though maybe not completely successfully, in keeping your word. Please keep revealing your information, your revelations, your prophecy, your Torah to us continually, and keep giving your spirit to us to help us learn it. We thank you. We give you all praise and glory, Father, in your name, Jehovah, our Yeshua. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Glenn. And thank you everyone else here for your participation today and your comments. Randy, anything? I'm catching up here. I don't know what to say now.
No, sir. Good to go.
We're good to go?
Good to go.
Well, and we have, just so that you all know, the Abomination book is done. I finished it the other day, and Jolie now has got it starting tonight. She's going to start editing it. And hopefully we'll have it out fairly soon. It's part of the process I just can't stand. It just, she keeps showing me words, better words to use than my 4-letter words. It just makes me feel pretty stupid. So I hate this part of the process. I'm also starting to do the abomination book. I've left that sit for, it's almost been a year now, while we worked on the restoration. So I'll start to get it out. I'm just 10 Days of Awe is what it's called. You guys already know most of this stuff. But a lot of the world doesn't. So that's who it's for. We're going to expose all their gods, show them who their gods are, show them where their gods come from, and take them right back to the time when Ham is seducing his mother, and just show them what that looked like. And that's the God they pray to now. And then we're going to show them the gods that God's going to destroy through the weather, and how what that looks like today. And it's fairly simple in my brain. It's a different thing to put it on paper. So that's what I'm going to be working on next. We're also upgrading the mailing system. We still got problems with it. We're hoping that the next upgrade rectifies that. Otherwise, I got to get very expensive and with the things we're going to do, but could use your prayers there. Casting a wide net as it is. So do keep us in your prayers for this work. There's a lot of things we're trying to do and get done, and every time I turn around, something else happens to slow it up or put it on pause. It is what it is. So thank you, and until next Shabbat or next time, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Bye.